Do 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 do. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. Welcome, travelers. Welcome again. Welcome again to Bible study, devotional, as well as BMX riding, where we learn more of the mysteries and frustrations. And now we've entered into the realms of trials bike riding, which, man, some of these maneuvers, the thing is, I'm not using the correct geometry that these trials guys are doing it. And there's a lot of experimenting we can do. Yesterday, I wasn't even thinking about it, but I was just like, it just totally spaced my mind yesterday because I was like literally just struggling, battling these maneuvers out. And it just occurred to me, I was like, bro, trials guys use really, really, really low PSI. And I'm like running like 80 at the moment. I actually think I might actually go up in my PSI because someone did tell me that for the fire whip, the multiple fire hydrant or one scuff, pinky squeak, whatever you want to call it, that your tire pressure is very pivotal to doing multiples of those tricks. And I was like reviewing the clip yesterday, and you can actually see even though I'm running 80 psi, which I actually do like running 80, I think I might go back up to 100. There's also this one dude, there's a couple, I've been kind of observing some of the older riders that were doing that trick, and I think some of them, well actually I know some of them were running 130 psi. So I think because of the bounce of the tire, because you're putting all of your weight on the peg every single time, that little bounce actually kind of messes up the rotation a little bit. And if you have more of a stiffer tire, there's a bit more of a consistent variable. Maybe, I don't know. If any of you guys, by the way, out there know how to do the fire whips, multiple fire hydrants, or one scuff pinky squeaks, I'd love to hear it. I've been trying to find... This is the most ridiculous thing. I've been like trying to go to these like competitions and like the One Love Jam, and I'm like going around asking these riders, hey, can you do the fire whips? Can you do the multiple fire hydrants? And I for some reason a lot of riders never really learned it, which is weird because I thought like a lot of flat riders like did that trick, right? But I guess, you know, as far as I've been talking to some people, a lot of people, once kind of the brakeless scene kind of came into effect, where people even stopped running, like even flat riders stopped running front brakes and stuff like that, a lot of people stopped doing those types of tricks. So if any of you guys know any tips, I have gotten some tips from some people that I've been talking to, but still, I think there's just, I don't know, that trick has been a journey. I'm not even gonna lie. So if you guys want to learn it, if any of you guys want to learn that trick, I'll try and do my best to help you guys, because I feel like that trick is very fun for me. There's just so many things to do in it, even though it probably seems boring. That's the other thing, is it's so hilarious that I know the BMX riding probably does seem boring, but I'm not even lying, that for me, I find it just fun. And there's just this like, just doing something that feels impossible and then you land it, it's just, man, that just feeling is awesome. Anyway, what are we going to get into today? I guess yesterday we went into the Bible verse talking about zeal and fervency and being fervent in spirit. So I think today we're going to get into, I'm just going to look up stuff on boredom. What causes boredom, right? I don't really know what causes boredom. I think it's just, what does cause boredom? I really don't even know. Lack of enthusiasm? I guess maybe something, I honestly, I guess that's a very subjective question, right? I think because some people find some things boring and some people don't find some things boring, right? So I guess that is very subjective. I'm actually just wondering, are there any Bible verses that even bring up, I don't even think there's a single Bible verse that even brings up the word boredom, but maybe there is, and we're just going to look it up, and maybe there's a commentary or something about boredom. Because that's the other weird thing is, I think people probably just think I'm crazy because I'm doing these Bible studies. And it sounds weird, but it's like, it's at the level now where I actually kind of find these Bible studies kind of, fun, even though they're very awkward and kind of embarrassing at times. But it is like kind of fun for me because I'm like, interesting. For most of my life, I just, have read in my own mind, and it is interesting to, read things aloud. And the reason why I got into reading things aloud is because of certain pastors that have said things. Some pastor on the internet, he brought up something about hearing the word of God and it gives you faith or something like that. He brought up something about the aspect of hearing the word of God and voice and things of that nature. And what's cool is we could just practice, right? And I hope any of you guys out there that are streaming, whether you don't get a single view at all, whether you get thousands of views, I think the cool thing is we could just practice. And what's really cool about Twitch is that it's basically like having an unlimited external hard drive. And that's basically what I use Twitch for. I kind of just use it as an unlimited external hard drive. And it's actually very, very wild. It's actually faster now for me to just stream and just put a little place marker add highlight thing instead of just filming a clip. It's just way faster for me. And it's cool. And I guess in some ways we can help to shine our light, maybe, potentially. I don't know if we are or not. Or helping to become better fishers of men for the Lord Jesus Christ, or sowing some seeds out into the field, into people's hearts. And even if we don't catch a single fish, or even if we don't sow a single seed out there, I guess in some aspects we can practice. So maybe when we do encounter some things, we can maybe be a little bit more traversed in the hikes and valleys and peaks and all sorts of the sights and sounds and emotions and all sorts of things and studying and stuff like that. So yeah, let's get into this. So welcome in. Yesterday was a brutal. Yesterday was brutal actually for me, especially on the BMX bike. Man, I don't know if it's because I switched. So these forks right here actually, they are. I can run it to 0 offset or 15 degree offset. Now I have been running 0 offset for maybe seven months now, and the thing was I did kind of get. I kind of did adapt to it a bit, and then I went back to the 15 because I kind of thought it would be a little bit more stable. Because when I did notice when you are running the 0 offset, it is a little bit more twitchy, especially for the double-footed tricks. And the reason why I kind of wanted to go into the 15 offset, for some reason when I do a bar a flip bar maneuver, for some reason it's actually easier running the 15 degree offset. Whereas when I'm running the 0, it just feels like I'm just like, when I put my other foot on it, it just feels like super like kind of twitch. Maybe I'm just not used to it. I'm just not good at double-footed tricks, and I'm just trying to learn the double-footed tricks. You guys that learn the double-footed tricks, you guys make it look way easy, but I just struggle with the double-footed tricks. And it seems like the most simplest concept, right? All you have to do is just put your foot on the other peg at the same pressure. But the thing is that the pressure is so minute. Like even if you want, okay, so say you were going to do a carve, right? You have to put just a little bit more pressure on this foot and to make this little axis go like this, and then it's going to carve you into a circle. But just having that little minute little differences, and the thing is that when you go into it, if you put too much pressure, it's going to like flip your bike over like that, and you're going to flip over. So it's like hard to, I don't know, I'm not good at it, but I guess we're going to keep practicing it. Hopefully we get better at this. Okay, anyway, let's see here. Enough of me rambling about the bicycle. We are going to ride bicycle later. So let's type in boredom Bible verses. What is going to come up when we look up boredom? Because I don't even think that that word is even in the Bible. I've even read it, but I don't know. Maybe some people
Maybe there is a Bible verse somewhere on here. Let's read some of these. Okay, so we typed in boredom right here. Boredom, Bible verses. I'm wondering what verses people would bring up to me because I know I just looked it up right here, but because the only one I can really, to me personally, before I get into it, I just think about the one where the Lord Jesus Christ says He is the way, the truth, and the life, right? Sometimes when I think about life, like I said yesterday, I sometimes think of life more in the realms of the opposite of death. When I think of death, I think more of like being slothfulness and just drudgery and being stuff like that. But let's read some of these now. Boredom. What is this going to say? Let's see here. So these are some of the verses that this site is bringing up when we type in boredom. And this first one, it's kind of weird that this is the very first one, right? Proverbs 19:15. Slothfulness casts into a deep sleep, and an idle person will suffer hunger. Okay, so they're bringing up slothfulness. That's kind of interesting. Ecclesiastes 2:24-26. There is nothing better for a person than that he should eat and drink and find enjoyment in his toil. This also I saw is from the hand of God. For apart from him, who can eat or who can have enjoyment? For to the one who pleases him, God has given him wisdom, knowledge, and joy. I guess that's another one. I guess joy, when I think about joy, I kind of don't think about joy as being kind of like, kind of slothful or something like that. I kind of feel like you're you're a bit more enthusiastic if you're joyful, right? And I guess that's a part of, it is actually a part of the fruit of the Spirit, and we're actually supposed to be bearing much fruit. So hopefully we can be learning more about how to be more joyous, even in the midst of whatever we're going through, right? Though it can be very hard. Let's see here. But to the sinner who has given the business of gathering and collecting only to give to the one who pleases God, this also is vanity and striving after wind. Huh. Okay, what's this next one going to say? So they're bringing up Matthew 28:18-20. And Jesus came and said to them all, authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you. And behold, I am with you always to the end of the age. That's interesting. That's so weird. I feel like I would have not thought about that. I mean, I guess this is just for the site. I don't know who put these verses on here, but I wouldn't have guessed to put that one on there. I mean, I guess maybe there is something about go therefore make disciples of all nations, right? I guess there is some action to go and to do that. Maybe there's like a quest or something, ultimately it is maybe the ultimate quest that the Lord Jesus Christ gives all of us as believers is of the Great Commission to go out into the fields and to go and make disciples of all nations and also to proclaim the gospel to all of creation. Let's see here. What is this one going to say? 2 Timothy 2:15. Do your best to present yourself to God as one approved, a worker who has no need to be ashamed, rightly handling the word of truth. Ecclesiastes 9:10. Whatever your hand finds to do, do it with your might, for there is no work or thought or knowledge or wisdom in Sheol to which you are going. Interesting. Do it with your might. Ecclesiastes. They brought up 2 Ecclesiastes verses. I guess that does kind of make sense, right? Let's read some other ones up in here. It's weird. I didn't think of any of these verses. I don't even think they're going to bring up the one about the where the Lord Jesus Christ says He is the way, the truth, and the life. So I don't know. Take that one a giant grain of salt. I guess they're not even. I don't think they're going to bring that verse up. But I guess they're bringing up all these verses that I didn't even ponder about, right? Colossians 3:23. Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men. 1 Thessalonians 5:18. Give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. Intriguing, huh? I guess let's Oh, weird. They actually brought up the James verse, about the trials of various kinds. I'm kind of wondering, like, what other verses would I'm wondering what, like, pastors would say on the topic of boredom, right? Because I actually have seen, I have overheard some sermons on the internet saying, their church attendance was going down or something like that, and they're worried about all this. I guess maybe not worried, but they're just kind of acknowledging that, right? And I don't know, it's kind of weird. I'm wondering what pastors think about boredom, and I'm wondering how boredom relates to the effects of the technological age that we're in right now. So let's read up. I'm going to look up some. Let's see if we can find a commentary on this. Let's actually. I want to type what causes boredom. What causes boredom? I don't even know what causes boredom. I think it's very subjective, but let's just see let's see what this brings up. So I just typed this in. Now this isn't part of like the Bible, I guess, but I just wanted to see what this brings up, because I honestly don't even know what caused boredom. I really don't even know. But let's see. Feeling bored can easily be caused by many different factors, including decreased mental stimulation or a lack of control over activities in your daily life. A lack of control over your daily activity. I feel like that one I did not think about that one. What is this one going to say? Here, boredom comes from disconnecting with our desires, wants, and needs for love, connection, and positive regard from others, to name a few. That's weird, huh? Interesting. So desires, wants, and needs. Okay, what does this one to say? These are the very top ones, by the way. Suggests it occurs when there is a mismatch between how we want to be mentally or cognitively engaged in a task and how engaged we actually are. So there's an element of engagement, right? Now, I'm kind of like just trying to think about this, right? Because I've just heard so many people, I guess, in terms of more so in the realms of people that are younger, or just my age and stuff like that, and my generation and stuff like that. But I have heard more than I'd like to admit, more people bringing this up where they just find church boring, or they just find all these reading the Bible boring or something like that. Or and maybe there's an element of maybe there's something maybe that's not stimulating their mind. Maybe they don't really realize. I don't know. Maybe there's just something not engaging in their how they're going about doing it. Right. I don't know. Right. I'm truly wondering what pastors would think about that. Right. Like, I mean, imagine this. Imagine if you were in this situation. Right. Imagine if you were a pastor, and what happened if just everybody was just bored in your congregation? They all just left. And it just was I mean, would that be... I just feel like that's another element, because, it's actually kind of making me think of Matthew 4:19, right? And I know I've brought up Matthew 4:19 up a lot, but it's actually making me think of this, right? It says, and he said to them, "Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men," right? And I can only imagine just you maybe casting out a line or a reel or something like that, or just a net or something like that, and all the fish are just running away, right? And sometimes I'm actually thinking about Proverbs 11:30 as well. Let's go into Proverbs 11:30, which is a very, I feel like it's such a good combo with where Jesus Christ says, "Follow me and I will make you fishers of men," right? And it's this one right here. "The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise." Right, and that's it. This one still trips me out, right? Because we're called to seek after being wise. We're called to seek after wisdom. We're actually called to even ask God for wisdom, and He gives generously to all without reproach, and that's in James, right? And I'm wondering if there's a level of, kind of weird. Anyway, that's all I can really think about of boredom at the moment, and trying to just connect it with some verses. Then I don't know if those verses are even have anything to relate with anything about that. They just popped up in my mind because I look at those combos a lot. But let's see here. Let's look up can we find a Bible commentary on boredom? Okay, boredom Bible commentary. Okay, there's one on Got Questions. Let's see what this one says. These ones generally are very easy to read. So let's read this one. What is this one going to say? What does the Bible say about boredom? What's actually strange too is I've actually never heard a sermon in real life talk about boredom. I'm going to be honest. I don't even think that's actually so strange. I've never even looked up a sermon about boredom. That's actually just weird to me now I think about it. Because I've looked up so many, I'm not going to say everything, but I've looked up so many questions and so many of these sermons from so many different topics and verses and stuff like this. But I'm going to be real. I've never looked up a sermon, nor have I heard even many pastors even bring up the words boredom, to be honest. And it's interesting to me, right? And the only reason I got into this is because the Bible verse we went into yesterday in Romans 12:11. Let's get a re-up on that verse. I've actually forgotten what it even says. It says something about, let's see here. What does it say again? Do not be slothful in zeal. Do not be slothful in zeal. Be fervent in spirit. Serve the Lord, right? Fervent in spirit. We need to be warm. Well, not actually. We don't need to be. We need to be on fire. We need to be like, we need to try and be on fire for the Lord. But I guess the other thing is there's many subjective levels to a lot of these things. Because some people have health issues, right? Some people might not be as energetic, but some people might be very fatigued out. And so everybody has their own little levels, and maybe even your surroundings. Like, what believers are you kind of surrounded? Who are your friends? How do they operate and stuff like that, right? Let's read this now. What is this going to say? I'm curious. Boredom is the emotional or physical state one experiences due to lack of mental stimulation, activities to do, or interest in one's surroundings. Life is not an action movie. Thus, we will all suffer times of feeling listlessness and ennui. What in the world is that word? Look at that word right up in there. Ennui. What does that even mean? I've never even seen that word before, I don't think. Ennui definition. I have never heard anybody say this. What does it say? Ennui. A feeling of listlessness. What is listlessness? And dissatisfaction arising from lack of occupation or excitement. That's weird. Feeling of weariness and dissatisfaction. Okay, what a strange word to use. Okay, so this is the very first comment. Look at this. This is the very first combo this guy goes into. Or whoever writes these. I don't know who writes these things, by the way. I think it's actually a group of people. Proverbs 19:15 speaks on how slothfulness can lead to unpleasant circumstances. Interesting. So, man, I wonder if this... Dude, I feel like today was a kind of... I don't want to say it was a combo, but I just feel like this one brings up the word slothfulness. Yeah, the words we just went into yesterday. Right? So is there something inherently about slothfulness? I feel like slothfulness is just kind of I don't know, is what, being lazy or something like that? I really don't know, right? Just like kind of just being slow and lazy. Isn't it kind of, I don't know, is slothfulness a sin? I don't really even know. Let's actually look that up. I'm actually curious now. If they're bringing up slothfulness, what is slothfulness? I just feel like I just think about a sloth, right? And they're just like, they move so slow. Like they hardly even move at all, right? That algae is just growing on their fur and stuff. Which is so strange to think about, right? Let's look up slothfulness, slothfulness Bible definition. Let's see, or slothfulness, or should we just use sloth or slothfulness? Slothfulness definition Bible. Weird. I've never looked this word up. What is it going to say? Laziness that comes from carelessness about the commands and priorities of God, lack of love for God and His ways that undermine the biblical doctrine. Now this one's going to say, a loose, undisciplined person. The Hebrew term can refer to a bow not strung or equipped with an arrow for action. Wow, I've never heard that. Interesting. I've never heard that it was that. Let's see what the KJV version of the Bible says on this word. Now, I don't know, is slothfulness a sin? I'm actually not quite sure if slothfulness is a sin or not. Let's read some of this. What is this going to say? This is the KJV 1611, AV 1611 Bible dictionary on the word sloth. Sloth, slowness, tardiness in I abhor this dilatory sloth and the tricks of Rome. Disinclination to action or labor. sluggishness, laziness, idleness. They change their course to pleasure, ease, and sloth. Sloth, like rust, consumes faster than labor wears. An animal so called from the remarkable slowness of his motions. There are two species of this animal, the AI, or three-toed sloth, and an unai, or two-toed sloth, both found in South America. It is said that its greatest speed seldom exceeds 3 yards an hour. Holy moly, it feeds on vegetables and ruminates. Slothful, an inactive, sluggish, lazy, indolent, idle, that he is slothful in his work is a brother to him that is a great waster. Proverbs 18. Slothfulness, the indulgence of sloth, inactivity, the habit of idleness, laziness, slothfulness casts into a deep sleep. Interesting. What kind of trips me out is, how did they know? So how did they get into this word about a sloth when this sloth was in South America? How did they know that animal was in South America at the time when they wrote this? Or just even wrote the definition of these words? I have no idea how they knew that, but who knows? I guess, I wonder actually if the word sloth came before they actually found the animal, and then when they found the animal, they're like, oh, it's kind of like that word. We're going to name it that word. I really don't know. I guess I could look it up right now, but I'm actually pretty sure maybe that might be the thing. Let's actually see. I want to read this now. What is this going to say? Is sloth really sinful? I honestly don't know. I don't think that there is anything in the scriptures that say it is sin, but it maybe is. I don't really know what it is. What in the world? Do I have to pay for this one? Are you kidding me? Are they trying to change this up on me? What in the world? I think you have to pay for this commentary. What in the world? They changed this commentary thing. That's weird. I can't click on it. Oh wait, never mind. I just clicked on an ad. Oops. I was like, what in the world happened? No, I just clicked on an ad and it took me somewhere else. What is sloth, and is it sinful? I'm going to be honest. I don't know if it is sinful. I think in the book of Dante's Inferno, I think there is something that says slothfulness is like a sin or something like that. But in terms of the biblical thing, I'm actually not quite sure if it, I don't think it, but it might be. I really don't know. Let's read this. I'm actually curious now. Is it a sin or something like that? Slothfulness casts into a deep sleep, and an idle person will suffer hunger. Proverbs 19:15. It's actually the same verse that they're bringing up in the very first commentary on boredom, right? Now let's see what this says. The sloth or slothful person, just the mere thought of that word creates an image that even if you don't know what it is, you certainly don't want to be called that. If you are not familiar with this word, to be slothful means to be lazy. Throughout the Bible, God seems to have a problem with slothful people. However, does this make sloth rise to the level of sin? That's a good question right there, huh? This is the question we want to answer today. Is sloth a sin? In essence, we are going to put sloth to the test and answer some important questions about it. To be clear and upfront, I believe that sloth is a sin. Wow. And this is on Bible study. That's not my own words, by the way. That is on Bible study tools, by the way. This is on this site right here. Is he going to say that's on this site right? So I don't want to say something that might be wrong or something. That's, I guess, what these people say. Yet you cannot stop there. It's not enough to know or believe it is a sin. It is just as important to know why it is a sin. In this case, the what and why are equally important. To top it off, because God has a problem with it. Then it makes sense for you to know what sloth or slothfulness really is. Okay, let's see here. I guess I could read. This is actually a pretty long commentary. I guess maybe we might not even get into I guess we'll just read this. Let's see what it says. Proverbs 19:15. For slothfulness means laziness, sluggishness, or indolence, which is the avoidance of activity or exertion. The slothful person is one who not only does not want to work, but who avoids it as well. This person may even go out of their way to avoid doing work. I guess in modern English, someone might just call this person lazy, but I don't know how spiritual that sounds. Whatever definition of the word you use, they are all bad, especially when you apply that to a specific person. Is sloth a sin? Let's read this. What is it going to say? I think you would agree with me that a lazy person poses a problem, but I don't know if you ever stop to think why. It's like one of those unwritten things you know you don't like, but you cannot pinpoint the exact reason why. Thankfully, the Bible helps us out. It not only answers the question of whether sloth is a sin, but it gives us some good reasons why. Okay, let's see. What is this going to say? Okay, so now they're bringing up a bunch of verses. Let's see. Let's read. I can read these because they're not as long. Lazy people want much but get little, but those who work hard will prosper. Proverbs 13:4. Through sloth, the roof sinks in, and through indolence, the house leaks. Ecclesiastes 10:18. Despite their desires, the lazy will come to ruin, for their hands refuse to work. The one who is too lazy to look for work is the same who wastes away his life. Wow, who wastes his life away. Lazy hands make for poverty, but diligent hands bring wealth. Okay. The reason why being slothful is a sin is because slothfulness is equated to waste. The waste amounts to wasted ability, wasted resources, and wasted time. When you add all this up, it equates to a wasted life, and this is the real problem with slothfulness. The slothful person will never become everything that God wants them to be. Not because they can't do it, but because they won't put in any efforts. Interesting, okay. As wonderful and powerful as God is, he will not override your desire. You must do the work necessary to be that person God wants you to be. There are no shortcuts. Okay, now they're bringing up that parable of the talents. Okay, weird. I didn't think about the parable of the talents in terms of slothfulness. Now, how long? Oh my goodness, is this commentary really long? Oh well, I mean, maybe we'll go into slothfulness. I guess it's a part of boredom or something like that, right? Let's keep going. Probably the best example of God's attitude towards slothfulness and laziness is seen in the parable of the talents. When you read this parable, there is no way you can walk away from this without knowing that sloth is a sin. In this parable told in Matthew 25:14-30, 3 men are given bags of gold or talents of money. 2 of them are wise and use their time to multiply their money. However, the 3rd man hid his in the ground and did nothing else with it. The 3rd man is the sloth in the story, and he is proof as to why you do not want to be slothful. When the master returns, he is expected to a return on his money, which the first 2 men give him. However, the 3rd man gives his master nothing but his money back. Notice the response towards this man. The master replied, "You wicked and lazy servant. You knew that I harvest where I have not sown and gather where I have not scattered seed. Well then, you should have put my money on deposit with the bankers, so when I returned, I would have received it back with interest." Matthew 25:26-27. Okay. Interesting. Holy moly, this is a long commentary. Work diligently for the kingdom. What is this going to say? We started by asking the question, is sloth a sin? Which we know the answer is yes. I guess within this commentary, right? I wonder if every pastor would say that same thing. I want to leave you with one final thought. The world we are living in today requires a commitment to the work of the gospel like never before. Whatever position you are in, God is looking for people who will shine their light for Christ. This can be in your home, your community, and the place of work. Let's make a commitment to be diligent with the work of our hands and also be diligent with the work of the kingdom. Both are necessary. Being diligent in the way you work will bring glory and honor in the name of the Lord, which at the end of the day matters most. And that's what this commentary says, by the way. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart as working for the Lord, not for human masters, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. It is the Lord Christ you are serving. Colossians 3:23-24. That is actually really, really interesting to think about. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, right? I do not do that most of the time. I mean, sometimes I just feel like, the other thing I feel like they're not really bringing up too much is I feel like in order to maybe not be slothful, I mean, there might be some good elements to know is we need to have adequate sustenance, right? We probably need to eat correctly. We probably need to drink enough water. We probably need to sleep enough and have enough rest, right? And I feel like these elements would probably gain us the enthusiasm we might need, right? That's what I'm thinking anyway, but okay, well, and I think this dude wrote that one, this guy right here. So thanks, Clarence L. Haynes Jr. I think he is the one that wrote that commentary. He actually had a picture of this dude, so shout outs to that dude. Thank you for writing that commentary. Okay, well, let's go back to this one now, because both of these commentaries, which is interesting, both of these commentaries actually started with this verse of Proverbs 19:15, right? About being slothful. Now let's keep going. Christians must strive to live with passion, not apathy, and overcome boredom with positive productivity. If we are bored, it is because we are lazy, and then there's a problem. Proverbs 6:6-11 provides a harsh admonition against laziness. Go to the ant, you sluggard. Consider its ways and be wise. It has no commander, no overseer or ruler, yet it stores its provisions in the summer and gathers its food at harvest. How long will you lie there, you sluggard? When will you get up from your sleep? A little slumber, a little folding of hands and to rest, and poverty will come on you like a bandit and scarcity like an armed man. Satan loves idle hands. What in the world? I feel like I have never heard that before. I know that is not a Bible verse, but I don't know where they got that from, but I don't know why they put that in there. I've never heard a Bible verse say that, but I don't know. That's what that verse says. I mean, not verse. This is what this commentary says. Satan loves idle hands, for lassitude leads to lack of motivation, which prevents Christians from pursuing God's will. 1 Timothy 5:13 speaks on how idleness may also lead to sinful activities. With no distinct aim or goal in a fallen world, entertaining becomes an enticing alternative to boredom, or depravity becomes an enticing alternative to boredom. Yet in 2 Corinthians 5:17 tells us, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. Christians can choose not to sin and live in a God-honoring manner. Boredom and indifference need not direct our future. Now they're bringing up this verse again, just like the other thing on slothfulness. Now it's actually very interesting. I guess they're bringing up so many similar verses with slothfulness and then like boredom, right? Which I feel like, I guess those two do kind of make sense why they would bring it up. But now they're bringing up that other one, right? Whatever you do, work heartily as for the Lord and not for men, right? Knowing that from the Lord you will receive an inheritance as your reward. You are serving the Lord Christ. Believers glorify God by living their lives to the fullest, exhibiting a quiet testimony by living in Christ would. Matthew 5:16, the apostles staved off boredom with hard work in order to help the weak and supply the needs of the ministry. Okay. Combating boredom can be a challenge sometimes. Though with a small amount of effort, a list of more productive activities is likely to emerge, like cleaning your living space, reading a book, spend time with a friend or family member, memorize some scripture, pray. If you find yourself with nothing to do, emulate Jesus' example by exploring ways to serve others. For even the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life for ransom for many. Mark 10:45. Even taking a coffee or tea break with a friend can be an encouraging gift of love. Make the most of your time on earth, for life is but a vapor. James 4:14. Redeem the time. Ephesians 5:16. Do not allow the enemy to take a foothold through boredom. Be alert and be of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. 1 Peter 5:8. We can choose to use our time wisely for God and not allow boredom or sin to stifle our ability to follow God's will. I feel like they should have brought up a little bit more examples, because I'm wondering, like, I think, see, what this commentary actually, now that I think about it, right, I kind of brought up something about kind of like the technological age that we're in, right? So what ends up happening if everything is more fun than, say, maybe potentially even doing something for God's will or the kingdom, or, you know, doing stuff like that? What if everything just seems way more fun, right? Like, that would make that more boring, right? So sometimes it makes me wonder, like, is there, like, like, what would you do in that scenario, right? I feel like that might, I mean, and the other thing is, I'm wondering, like, how much engagement, because you know how we looked up some things on what causes boredom, and some of the things that people brought up is the lack of engagement, right? So I'm wondering, what are some ways we can better engage in helping the Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings? What are some ways that we can better engage in his kingdom, right? And I'm wondering if there's, for me personally, I feel like just trying to practice, you know, even just practice doing a Bible study. I feel like you don't even have to set out and be like, okay, I'm going to do this exact Bible study, and I can't get anything wrong, right? Because I feel like, I wonder if there's something in that level, in that degree, because, you know, there's the whole thing of the fear of failure, right? If you go into psychology, if you just even type it in on Google, right, there's something about the fear of failure, right? And actually, the fear of failure stops so many people from even beginning, from even starting. Now, I'm wondering if there's a lot of believers that kind of like, maybe I wouldn't say a lot of believers, but maybe even those that are maybe getting into the faith, but they're like, oh, well, I don't want to mess up. I don't want to, like, I don't, you know, and the thing is that since we're all humans and we're all infallible creatures, I mean, it is bound that we are going to mess up, right? Because we're not perfectly sinless like the Lord Jesus Christ, right? And so I'm wondering if there's an element of, like, since maybe people just don't want to mess up, they just don't even want to go and try it. Maybe there's a sense maybe of a fear of failure or something like that, right? I guess, how could we overcome that, right? Intriguing. Anyway, I guess that was the Bible study. Oh man, I feel like I don't know. I feel like there could be a lot more that some people could bring up about boredom. I'm just curious what other believers would bring about. Well, I'm curious what other, like, even I'm curious what pastors would say to me just right on the spur of the moment. Like, what would they bring up, right? You know what it's making me think of? It's making me think of Proverbs. It's kind of strange. Now, you got to take this one on the grain of salt, because none of these commentaries even brought up this verse, right? But it's actually making me think of Proverbs 3:6. And Proverbs 3:6, now going into, like, the kingdom, right? It started making me think about this verse right here. And it sounds kind of bizarre to me, right? It sounds bizarre to me, but it makes me think about this verse right here. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths, right? And that's what's actually straight up ridiculous to me, right? Just thinking about that. Not in some of our ways, in all thy ways acknowledge him. And what's going to start happening? This is actually how God starts directing our paths, right? Now, I don't actually know if I am doing this correctly. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't actually know if I'm even doing this correctly, right? Because I feel like some of the stuff I'm doing at the moment, it might even seem kind of controversial, right? Even take these cards, for example, like these cards right here, right? You know, it's like, so I'm trying to acknowledge God, even with, it sounds ridiculous, even in these cards right here, I'm trying to acknowledge God, just from the aspect of some of the cards that I picked, just remind me of Bible verses. I mean, and the thing is, the Bible verse cards aren't even that good, right? Or like some of these cards, like, let's actually bring up some of these cards with a Bible verse on it. Like, see, like this card right here, you know, like, it has a Bible verse, right? It has Proverbs 15:33, before honor is humility, right? And just, I picked these cards specifically for, it just reminded me of like a Bible verse or something like that. Or, you know, like it has this angel or something like that. It has the flaming sword and there's something in Genesis or something when Adam and Eve get exiled from the garden, that there's actually an angel with a flaming sword, and it kind of just reminds me a little bit of that story, right? Or just even just thinking about a word like this one right here, right? Like righteousness. I have that card in there just because it has the word right there. And the thing is, I'm not picking these cards just because it's like this crazy combo, which if you were actually playing this game how you were supposed to play it, I would probably lose every single match. The only reason why I have this set right here at the moment, how I've kind of crafted it, is just because I honestly, I like just seeing the artwork, and I like seeing if it just kind of reminds me of, it just reminds me of some Bible verses, right? Like shielded by faith. And now, I don't know, like I don't know if I would think, like, is this acknowledging God in this way, right? I don't know if it is or if it isn't. I'd like to think it's trying to acknowledge God in this way in some degree. I don't know, and that's the whole strange thing about it, right? Like even this card, I picked this card because I have the Bible verse on it, right? Out of all the cards, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of cards, right? Well, I picked this one because I have the Bible verse. So, even though it's not very good, right? Just because it has the Bible verse, that's why I put it in there, right? And the unclean spirits went out and entered the swine, and the herd ran violently. Mark 5:13, right? Now that's how I don't know if this is actually acknowledging God in this way, but I've tried to attempt to acknowledge God, even in this random obscure thing, right? Now let's go into the BMX bike, for example, right? Now the thing about the BMX bike, the tricks that I am learning right now. So a lot of these tricks I'm actually learning from that inspired me were actually from other believers that they did them before I did them, right? So I don't know, is that acknowledging God in that way, right? I really don't know too much on that, right? Like there is this one dude, and it sounds crazy, but there's this song that this guy has in his video, right? Let me see. It might be on copyright. Let me just see if I could just put it just even just a little bit, right? But in the beginning of his edit, right, he has this song, and in the song it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth," or I think it says that. But it just because of that song, I was like, wait a minute, that's weird that he used that song, and it was so strange because it just tripped me out. I was like, wait a minute, what did that song just say? And I was like, whoa, that's strange. And let's see if I could just play the video. Hopefully I don't get a copyright strike on this thing. So let's just play just a little bit of the video with the audio. But this is this BMX rider, and because it sounds ridiculous, right? But because out of all the BMX edits, right, this song that he chose, there was like a little bit of acknowledgement of God in this song, right? And what's weird about this song is the song's like in a completely different language, right? So let's see if we can listen to this. Let's just watch this first line. Listen. This guy's gnarly, dude. This is a really long line, by the way. Hopefully this isn't on copyright. I think it is. Oh well. Darn, it's probably going to silence my stream. Oh well. See, but just that beginning part of that song, it just tripped me out. I was like, what in the world? Why did he use that song? I don't know who's singing, actually, right? This is actually from before I was even born. This video came out in I wasn't even born then, man. Holy moly. Like, what's so crazy is this dude was doing these tricks in 1990, And I'm like, what in the world? Like, dude, I can't even do these tricks. But I'm going to be honest, because it sounds ridiculous. People probably just think I'm crazy. But because of that song, just because he put that in his edit, I don't really know if he's a believer or not, in all honesty, of him as an actual person. But just because he used that song, and just because that song acknowledged God in that little degree, it completely inspired, maybe not completely, but it has greatly inspired me to get deeper into Flatland. I was like, that's weird. Because imagine right, so take this for example, right? Imagine if I were to show everybody, every single BMX video in the entire course of all BMX videos, right? What BMX videos have acknowledged God, right? Like, if we can really think about it, are there any BMX videos that have ever used maybe even a Christian song, even acknowledged God in a little bit? Now, I do know that there have been some. Another one, another guy that has inspired me is this guy right here, Dave Smith. Now, Dave Smith, let's see, Dave Smith interview. There is this part which is kind of strange in the Dave Smith interview, right? I'm going to show it right now. I don't know if there is some. They're probably copyright. Man, everything probably has copyright. It's probably my stream might get silenced right now after I put up the VOD. But anyway, Jofi, welcome. But there is this dude right here. His name's Dave Smith. Now, what's also really weird about this dude right here is when I went to Long Beach, right? So that's where I got into Flatland, right? And this is where I got introduced to Dave Smith, right? Because some of the riders are like, oh, dude, remember Dave Smith? Or like something like that. Or like, we used to ride with Dave Smith and stuff like that. I'm like, who are you guys? I don't even know who that guy is, right? I look him up on the internet, and then, boom, weird thing happened. Dave Smith pops up, right? Well, the weird thing about Dave Smith, he lived in Long Beach. And then what's so strange about this is that Dave Smith actually acknowledges God. In this edit, he does acknowledge God. He gives thanks to God at the end. It's really crazy. And shout out to Dave Smith. Dave Smith is really gnarly. Let's see if we can find a combo that he does. Let's see, let's see if I can find the part where he actually says he gives thanks to God. Let me find it. Okay, here we go.
So we're going to give props to our sponsors now? Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank God, because if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here right now to this day, and that's from my heart. Second of all,
see, is it that weird? I'm going to be really honest. What's really, really weird about Dave Smith, he's the only BMX rider that I've ever seen in an edit. This is literally an edit that he made. Or I don't know if he made it, whoever made it. This is the only edit I've ever seen in a BMX thing where that this dude gives thanks to God with his voice. I was like, what in the world? This guy, what in the world? Like, this is so weird, right? And because of that, there's actually another video where he gives thanks to God. And I was like, huh, that's strange. And so what started happening, I'm like, okay, well, I kind of want to learn some of these things to try and acknowledge God, because if we're supposed to acknowledge God in all of our ways, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to try and learn some of his trick, because that's another believer right there, right? Now, I don't know if that's acknowledging God. I'm going to be really honest. I kind of think it might be in a little bit, but let's watch a little bit of Dave Smith now, this guy.
I was always riding like BMX bikes.
And I watch this video a lot. That's actually why I put this video on a lot.
Started learning stuff.
And I can't even do most of these tricks. I've been trying to learn these combos, and I'm still stuck on a lot of them.
Doing tricks with bikes and stuff. Just got into it that way. And then my dad met Jeff Cotter and Ron McCoy and those guys riding at Lake Lamar once, and introduced me to him. And that's when I really started learning stuff, hanging out with people that were better than I was. Been riding in Long Beach, but I'm not sure. I've been living in Long Beach too long, man. It's just wild.
Yeah, it's just weird, man, you know?
Living in that area for so long. Most of the time I ride by myself.
And that's what trips me out about the whole matter, of the whole thing about all of this, is because if I never went out to Long Beach, that's where I got into flatland BMX. And then I started, I don't know, and then I like got encountered with all these like believers that were like, you know, into doing this. And even this guy, he literally gives thanks to God, and he's like a gnarly flatlander, man. I'm just like, man, I'm like still trying to learn. Like I'm literally still trying to learn his maneuvers. Like I'm still trying to learn a lot of this stuff that he's doing. And I've been trying to learn. That's why I'm learning the Circle K like I'm learning the Circle. He actually does the Circle K in this video. Actually, that first the first steamroller thing that he does, that's actually why I learned it, because of Dave Smith. He's the one that does that combo. And also he does the fire whips as well. Perry Mervar and Dave Smith does the fire whips, right? And they're really good at them. Yeah, I don't know. Because of those guys and because these guys are believers, I was like, all right, well, I'm going to try and learn these tricks since they're believers, right? And I think they're gnarly. I don't know. Some people don't think it's gnarly, but see that right there, that stick beat? I do that trick a lot, and he just did it right there. So yeah, I think maybe there is something deeper to learn about it, for me personally. Man, that was gnarly. I'm not even close to learning that trick. Anyway, you guys get the point. I've been inspired by many other believers. You know, I don't know if that is acknowledging God, but I'd like to think it's at least trying to, even in the BMX spike, because I feel like a lot of people would be like, how am I acknowledging God and riding a BMX bike, right? That sounds kind of weird, right? And I guess another level of trying to acknowledge God is I've also been we're kind of on this quest now to learn as many tricks that involve lifting our hands up to the Lord. And if you type in lifting of hands Bible verses, there's like 30 Bible verses that go into lifting our hands up for the Lord. And that's actually the weird thing, is that when you go to church, you know, like when you go to church, even when I was a little kid, I'd like go to church, I'm like, why is everybody lifting their hands up? I always just thought they're like making the sign of the cross, which I guess they are kind of making the sign of the cross, because that's actually how Jesus died. He died with his hands lifted up, right? But it's, if you go into, I wouldn't say every single church, but if you go into most churches and you go into their worship service, a lot of people lift their hands up. Maybe not every single person, but you know, some people do lift their hands up. And as I looked deeper into scripture, there's actually a lot of scriptures that go into that. And the thing about it is that that's what David did, right? David lifted his hands up to the Lord and stuff like that. So we're also kind of on the quest. So to learn as many tricks that involve lifting your hands up. Now, people probably just think I'm crazy. I think if I were to show this stuff, I mean, I feel like it seems pretty obvious, right? Like why I picked these things, but I don't know. But yeah, let's shovel these cards up and let's draw them out. Man, people, it's so weird, man. These Bible studies are so strange, man. I just feel like people just think I'm crazy, but oh well. I'm trying, okay? You get to see my failures. You get to see all of my failures. Maybe not, actually not all of my failures, because a lot of stuff is not even on the camera, but you get to see all the failures in this screen. And I apologize, anybody out there, if I'm inconsiderate or if I'm saying something wrong. I really apologize if I say, you know, if I make you guys angry. Hopefully I'm not making anybody angry. Hopefully I'm not, and if I am, I'm sorry, okay? And hopefully, I wish you guys, and if I am causing any sort of negative emotions, I really hope that if I am, that you guys would say something in the chat, because I don't know when I am causing any negative emotions. I hope I'm not causing any negative emotions, but I feel like if anything, it might be from some of the commentaries I read, because I know some of the commentaries I read are like, sometimes they bring up some stuff that maybe might upset some people. Okay, let's do a card draw. Let's see what we draw here. First card of the day. Interesting. We drew Heavenly Blade Master. Now, what's weird about this card, just like I said earlier, is This angel has flaming swords. I don't know if that's actually it looks like a flaming sword. And that's actually a weapon that angels actually possess. It sounds weird. They possess like a flaming sword. Now I'm actually wondering if that's actually inspired Star Wars, right? I think it actually might have, maybe. I think you're doing great and many encouraging messages. Yeah, I'm just practicing at this point. There was a little bit of time where I was like, man, maybe I shouldn't do these Bible studies as much, you know. But at this point, I'm like, I feel like even if I do even if I cover the same topic, there's always some new thought that I think of, or just some new definition of the word, or just something that I just learned, and I'm just like, man, that's awesome, right? I just find it interesting at this point. I'm just like, huh. Thank you, Joe, for tuning in. Anyway, and also the other thing is, you guys do not need to be watching these streams, by the way. I'm gonna be streaming these things even if I don't get any views, even if I got 0 views, I'm gonna still keep streaming because I use this streaming thing as an external hard drive. Oh, dude, we drew the card with the Bible verse. That's so funny. Look at that. That is hilarious, dude. That is so funny. I think this might be the first time I've actually drawn this card, actually. Before honor is humility. The Bible, Proverbs 15:30. Wow. Dude, whoa. Whoa, dude, whoa, that's so strange. Look at that, dude, there's a combo. Holy moly, man. That's so weird that they brought that verse up. Look, it says, before honor is humility, and we've been covering Romans 12, and it says, we literally covered Romans 12 earlier. Love one another with brotherly affection. Outdo one another in showing honor. But what goes before honor? Dude, none of the commentaries went into that. What goes before honor? Before honor is humility. Holy moly, I am tripping out, dude. I know I probably seem crazy, but I just feel like, I don't know, man. I just feel like sometimes I'm just tripping. I'm like, it's so weird, and I don't know, man. I just feel like I'm going crazy now. I'm just like, what in the world? That's just so weird. It's so weird when you read the commentaries and then you see something and they didn't bring that up, because none of the commentaries even brought that up, I don't think. Well, maybe they did, but I don't remember it. Man, that is very odd. Anyway, let's keep going. That was very, Did I not shuffle this? I'm pretty sure I shuffled all these, right? Shielded by faith. Maybe I didn't shuffle them enough, because I'm pretty sure like I showed these cards, some of these, and I must have maybe not shuffled them enough or something. Wow. Okay, we got this one. This one's actually this actually has a Bible verse on it as well. It's called Revelation. But what's weird about this Bible verse is it's actually from the Apocrypha, which I know some people are very controversial on the Apocrypha, but this is from Ecclesiasticus 3:19. Many are in high place and of renown, but mysteries are revealed unto the meek. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Enchantress Presence. Now this isn't a Bible verse, but it does have this flavor text on it. It says, the wise learn from successes as well as mistakes. Okay, we're going to do our last draw on our Instagram. And it's kind of, it could be a way to share a verse. Oh yeah, here, dude, that's so weird. Oh my God. Now let me go back. Dude, it's so fun. Okay, so what's also weird is, dude, it's so fun. I literally open up, like, this is the first thing that comes up on my Instagram. This guy right here. This guy right here. His name's maybe should I not be saying his name? I'm pretty sure he would be okay with saying this. Trevor Meyer is actually a really gnarly believer, and I actually think he runs like some sort of ministry thing. He runs some sort of bike ministry And what's also really crazy about this dude, Trevor Meyer, is he's won like 5 X Games, like top gold medal. He's like won X Games and stuff like this. And because of that, I've actually started getting inspired. Here's this dude right here. He's actually rocking a cross. Look at that. Oh, wait, darn. Someone commented. You can see he's rocking a cross. And this dude's a gnarly... he's actually put some Bible verses on some of his edits. Let's see if I can find one. Where is one? He puts Bible verses in his edits in some of them. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find... Let's see if I can find one. Which I thought was really, really interesting. But yeah, so maybe I should learn... I've been trying to kind of learn a little bit more from Trevor Meyer because he is a believer. But the thing is the tricks that he's doing is just so hard that it's like... the trick... He just does too hard of tricks. I feel like I'm not at the level to even almost begin doing the tricks that he's doing at the moment. But... yeah, you can look him up. He's won 4 X Games, and even a lot of people know who he is. But anyway, oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to do my Instagram thing. Okay, let's see here. Now I'm wondering, does God put certain believers in certain paths for us for some reason, right? I don't know. I think he does sometimes. Because I feel like I probably wouldn't even be a believer if I didn't meet these other believers throughout the course of my life. Let's see here. No, let's do it this way. Welcome, travelers. Welcome to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork and see these artists that did this artwork, and we can maybe find some new combos and maybe get some inspiration for some drawings. Today we drew Heavenly Blade Master, Orm's Chant, Knight Errant, Shielded by Faith, Revelation, Enchantress Presence, and for the last card of the day, it's always like cracking open a little Easter egg. What is it going to be? Last card of the day is Celestia Sanctuary. What's also weird about today is we drew this card right here. It's actually, I think, the first time we've drawn this card. It's weird because they put this Bible verse on it. It says, before honor is humility. The Bible, Proverbs 15:33. And also, we drew 2 Bible verse cards today. We drew Revelation. And this is actually from the Apocrypha. I know there's some controversy, but farewell, everybody. Oh, did that not work? Oh, man. Darn, I always make these things and they don't work for some reason. I'm going to try and put it out there, but... is it going to work? My internet all messed up? Oh, well. I think that's what always happens. I always forget to turn it off on my Wi-Fi because I think maybe I'm using the internet right here, so it doesn't work on my other. It's okay. Oh well, all right. It's not. It's like totally lagged out. It ain't working. Oh well, we tried. I'm just gonna exit out then. Not today, I guess. Let's open it back up. Yep, it ain't gonna work. It's okay. I guess we ain't doing a story on my Instagram today. It ain't working today. Alright, and my leg actually, it like fell asleep. Okie dokie. Let's ride our bike. Hopefully today, I actually did, before I actually went live, I actually did put 100 PSI up in here. So we're going to practice, again, I might go back to 80 psi, but just from, I don't know, maybe I will go back to 80, but I feel like with the Fire Whip, I might have to, maybe I should go 90. You know, maybe I should go halfway in between 100 and 80. Maybe that's the move to make. But yeah, we're running 100 today, so. Okay. Okay, let us keep going, everybody. Let's run the race that is set before us. Whatever our hand, like that one verse today, whatever our hands find to do, let us do it with all our might. Let us. Okay, let's see here. Let me adjust it. I use this cross, by the way, that little cross right there. I use that to adjust this camera. And I also use it as a marker for my bike riding. So we do it like that, and then go like this. That, and we're good. We're good to go. I got like mild whiplash yesterday. And all that trials riding, so. Let's move our computer up here. Oh yeah, let's change this to fitness and health now. Fitness and health. Oh, there's 618 viewers. Let's check our back PSI. And also I'm going to put some music on. What's the time? 4? Oh, it actually might be sunset. Maybe we go out and see a sunset. Maybe we'll just ride in here. Oh, man, I got a little bit of mild whiplash yesterday. Ooh, that's like hard. It's so crazy going 20 psi up. Like I can hear it. Like, man, that sounds crazy. Like, I feel like if you hear that compared to 80, it sounds different. "57 years. I think it's easier with higher PSI. So if you guys are out there and you guys want to do the Fire Whip, I can kind of feel it. There's like, I feel like there's less variable with the higher PSI. Because like when I was running 80, my tire's bouncing. I'm just messing around. We're gonna have fun. I think there needs to be more variables. So I'm gonna just start like just you know, just doing random tricks. My neck kind of hurts. Oh, let's see if we can still do a feeble that's tail tap. Maybe it might have been just because I was running that PSI. Pretty sure I still did it. Maybe it was because I was running at a little bit more bounce, more give. Must have been because I'm running lower PSI to do that trick. So I can't do it anymore. You can still do it. It's a little harder than I can tell. Huh. It's so weird how PSI changes some tricks. Because I can feel it on that one. Maybe I'll go like 90. I need to find like a PSI that's just like good for everything. Maybe we should try 90 PSI. Let me try it with 100 and then I'm going to try 80 again. With this trick in particular. I just want to see if it changes how this trick is. Because I think it might. It might, just because I can like bounce off a little bit more. Here. Okay, let's see if it makes this trick easier. It does make it easier. Huh. It's weird how like that would make it easier. It doesn't do that much difference. I guess it's because you can kind of like bounce up a little bit easier.
They're also designed to keep diffusion plates underneath for even heating, so it'll be hot from edge to edge. Also, around the bottom of the griddle, you'll see that there's a skirt. That'll help fight the elements to break up some of the wind that you might be finding when you're cooking outside. Another key feature of the griddle itself is the levers underneath the griddle to make sure that your griddle is nice and flat.
Did I bring my charging thing out here? I don't think I did. My internet's funky lately. It is funky. Man, I almost feel like I almost got pretty comfortable with 80 now. Maybe we'll keep 80. Huh. Oh, I am it. Yeah, it's all weird. I don't know if my stream's even working. Oh well. I guess we're gonna keep 80. There's a little bit of give to it, I guess. See if we do a Smith crank flip. possible. It was fun. Man, there's always like some combo I didn't think about. Like, I didn't know that would actually work. It actually did. Huh. There's some combos up on this thing. There's some combos. We could do like... What about Smith crank flip, or Smith crank flip, feeble tail tap, fakie gyrator, half cab, you go Fufanu feeble, or you could do Fufanu feeble, Smith crank flip. What does that look like? That looks really cheesy. Okay, yeah, so you could do Smith feeble, or Smith crank flip feeble, tail tap, TE, fakie, half cab, fakie, half cab, a bubblica, right? Or no, you could actually do a really long kind. You could do Smith crank flip, feeble, tail tap, TE, fakie, half cab, Fufanu, feeble, Smith crank flip. Huh. That'd be kind of cool to see. Alright, let's try it like this. You could do switch feeble, easy 180. Switch feeble, easy 180, half cab, feeble, Smith, crank flip. I kind of want to go back to zero just because zero forks actually, you could do tighter circles. Huh. switch feeble, easy 180, half cab, feeble, Smith, crank flip, feeble, tail tap, fakie, half cab. Kind of hard. So tight in here. I'm gonna have to change it to 0 offset because I can turn faster at the 0 offset. It's weird like how changing a little bit, 15 degrees, man, I feel it. Really heavy on that. Very odd. What about a Bubblica? Let's do a Bubblica TE, feeble Smith, crank flip, feeble tail tap TE, fakie half cab, a Bubblica. A good little simple 7-pointer. Huh. Feeble, or no, Bubblica, feeble, Smith, crank flip, feeble, tail tap, fakie, half cab. I'm like trying to think about it, it's like, oh, come on. Are you kidding me? It's not working. Let's just do Smith, crank flip. Let's do the ending of it.
I do not do a podcast, a UFC event. I don't do anything without using the alphabet. Most of the things you do in life require you to think. If they don't,
Here we get some close-ups. I always like trying to get close-ups, but the thing is like, it's so hard to get like the whole garage just in case I go to a line. I guess we'll just keep the camera right there. It's all good. goodness, there's a new combo. You can do 360 tire tap, 360 tire tap, Fufanu feeble, or Fufanu TE feeble, Smith crank flip.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make sure you're covered.
Hacking the system. We're hacking the system. Huh. I wonder if you could do, oh, you could do, almost. Do switch whip tail tap, switch whip tail tap, fakie, half cab, feeble, Smith, crank flip, feeble, tail tap, fakie, half cab, bubaka, gyrator. That'd be cool. Do some locomotives. Oh wait, you know what? We haven't been practicing our cliffhangers today. Let's just not even do the machine, let's just go straight into it. I forgot I'm supposed to practice cliffhangers every day. Hit it. Whew. First fall of the day. Oh my goodness, almost did it. Kind of. I'm like scared of it. We're scared. I just like freeze. I'm like, ah! I need to be like,
Spiritually, I think, everyone has their own view of things, but there is a reason that my son is on.
I wonder if everybody else that learned this trick had to go through the struggle in learning this thing. You gotta like put this. This is the hard thing about this trick, I think. you got to take your foot, put it on this peg, and you have to put a little bit more pressure because if I have more pressure on this foot, on your dominant foot, you're going to start leaning this way, right? So you have to put a little bit more weight, not too much, just a little bit more on this side so you start carving. But to do that, when all of your weight is on this peg, to do it to that one and like knowing that shift, that's hard. And it messes me up. That's why I flip over every time, I think. I'm pretty sure that's why I flip over. It's brutal. You make it look so easy. Maybe I just think it's hard. Maybe it's easy for everybody else except me. Because man, I am freaking struggling on this thing. This thing is just, this is a battle. Almost. Do I change bearings often? I actually don't. Now, I actually did have a hypothesis about this trick. If you look at this wheel, it actually does have a hop in it. See that hop? It's not actually a side-to-side one, it's actually one that's like this. I'm actually kind of thinking that, I don't think it would affect this trick that much, but it has to affect it a little bit. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe this hop, this up and down hop, it's kind of like affecting it just a tad. That's kind of messing me up a little bit. I don't know though. This is that trick. It's a good one. For me, at the moment. It's like max rep. The cliffhanger is like the max rep for me. If I had like a max rep, that's the cliffhanger for sure. It's getting a little easier, I think. It is fun though. This might not seem fun, but it is fun. I'm just figuring, it's like figuring out a giant puzzle. It's like, how do you fit this puzzle piece into this puzzle piece? That's what it feels like. But it's like you have to do it all in one motion, like it's all momentum, so it's like a momentum puzzle. The momentum puzzle. Progress. Kind of progress. I feel like I'm actually really stagnant. I feel like I'm kind of like on a, what's it called? Plateau. I feel like I'm on a bit of a slower plateau at the moment. Then it kind of were some other periods of time when I was riding. We just have to break through these plateau periods, I guess. fun though. It is fun. My brakes are slipping a little bit. I need to clean my room just a little bit. Man, that trials riding yesterday gave me a little bit of whiplash. Freaking my neck's hurting.
She sees things that she doesn't know if they're dreams.
Okay, we're gonna go for this combo. 360 tire tap, Fufanu, feeble, Smith, kickflip, some sort of fakie maneuver. Well, that's the combo of the day. That is the combo of the day. Time it right. What? I was doing it earlier, right? I'm not doing it anymore. What's wrong with me? I did like a little front bounce. I mean, we could do. I don't know if that one's going down actually. Now you have to be a little bit exact. We could do like endo, feeble, Smith, kickflip, Smith, fakie, half calf, kickflip. That would be kind of cool. Modify. Modification. So I'm keeping the 80, I think. The hundo, when I'm running the hundo, I can feel it with the ledge tricks. 80 kind of feels, I have a little bit of bounce. Well, bit of bounce.
If you're looking for laser safety certification for industrial, healthcare, or cosmetic applications, you're in.
Try switch whip one. Switch whip, half cab, feeble, Smith, kickflip, fakie, half cab, kickflip. That's it. That was close. I want to see what that one looked like. It's a pretty cool song. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be cool. Yeah, switch whip, switch aim whip, tail tap, fakie half cab feeble, Smith kickflip, like toothpick thing, fakie half cab kickflip. I've been calling out all these combos, I can't get them. Maybe I might get this one. Fudge! Messed up. Put my hand out too. This one's going down. I know I can do this one. Let go! Jump, 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 jump. Let go! That's so weird. I don't know what to talk about. Come on. That was so close. That ledge is a little bit angled. You guys can't really see it, but look, it's actually kind of like angles, slopes down just a little bit. And when I hop on that thing, it like kind of like teeter-totters me a little bit. This song's pretty cool. I gotta save this song. I'm gonna re-listen to it. Zeal. I like this beat. Ah!
Discover a world of the award-winning services you deserve. A world of care is in store.
Folks, interesting formation here in the line.
3, 2, 1. Here we go. Okay. We got this. It's gonna happen today. Oh, or I might just give up. I go into that feeble. I think I'm like swinging it out too much and like pushing too much of my weight like that. I gotta get a little bit more like even with the box, so I just don't like slam into it like that. Yeah, that's what I gotta do, I think. Fudge. Let me tighten these. Oh, I don't. Oh, where'd it go? That's weird. Is it? Oh gosh. Must be this one. It has to be. No? This one? There we go. Okay, I need to I think I'm gonna funnel through the tricks because I'm kind of getting caught up and I'm just kind of in that weird I'm just gonna keep doing it until I land it, but I kind of don't want to be in that mindset. So we're gonna funnel through a bunch of tricks right now. And I just get frustrated. Funky chicken toe. Hydrate. That was a good idea. Good idea. For some reason, I'm sweating like crazy in here. It's I think it's cold outside. I don't know, I guess, what the temperature is outside. I'm even sweating in here. Agua. Agua. I haven't even landed anything. This is brutal. Let's do an upside down tail up. Are you kidding me? That was it right there. That was a close one. Close, but no cigar. Oh well.
So close. Fun, it's tail up always gets me. This is a pretty cool sign. What's this one?
If you're struggling with getting pro vocal mixes, let me show you something that might help. It's called Xbox, and it's by far the
Huh. Come on, that was it. So close, yet so far. I feel like sometimes that helps me. Like not like going after a trick, but just kind of like, try this, try this, try this, try this.
God. I lost how to do that trick. Whoopa. Can't do it anymore. Man, I changed that 0 up so I can't do it anymore. It's weird. I feel like that trick I wouldn't have felt a difference, but you actually feel a difference when you're turning. Oh wow, I can't do it. That's so weird.
You chase me.
What's wrong with me? I'm just mildly frustrated now because I can't land this. This used to be easy. Oh well.
This is the best product that Cure have released in recent times. Many of you will think of alternatives to this, but I've tried those alternatives.
That was funny.
Swaying under the backwash of the UFO.
Whoa, that was weird. Come on, yeah. What is that? I don't know about any links up in here now, unless it's a BMX link. Can I delete it? This is gonna be hilarious. That's a pretty fun combo. It's like the cheesiest combo, but it's fine. I don't even care. Kind of landed it. That was sketchy. Oh, sketchy. I'm gonna have to redo it. That's the only thing I've landed all day today.
My favorite brand,
Overtone exceeds.
At least I landed the line. Oh. That was the line of the day. Woo! We beat the level! Glory be to God. That was fun. I'm gonna have to put 2 screen marks on that one. That's probably the line of the day. I don't know if I'm gonna do a better line than that today. Pretty happy on that one though. That's fun. There's a lot of combos on that ledge. I'm not really, the thing is like I was never really a peg guy. It's so funny because I went from pegless riding. I didn't really go too heavy into grinds and stuff. I actually went from pegless to flatland. So I'm kind of like relearning all the peg maneuvers. Is this on copyright? Oh, this isn't on copyright. That's why I have this song saved. You could go into a freaking Circle K. I got like something in my throat. Gosh. I like inhaled and got something in my throat. I mess up on that. Yippee! And another line. That landing was crazy. I was like a millimeter away from not landing it. So that trick I'm actually starting to get consistently. So I haven't been doing it as much. If you guys like see my beginning streams, basically my beginning streams, like every single trick I would do is probably stick bee. But haven't been doing it. Gyrators and stick bees I kind of have down now. I want to get better at the front wheel. Oh, I suck at the front wheel. But it is fun to do at times. Let's practice some boomerangs. Oh my God. Ah, fudge.
I was always riding the BMX bikes, jumping curves and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff is when that movie Rad came out, and then seeing like commercials and stuff of people doing tricks with bikes and stuff. I started to it that way. And then my dad met Jeff Carter and Ron McCoy, and those guys riding at both of the Mullins and the other musicians. And that's when I really started learning stuff.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So
we do a 360 tire tap on the pegs? A rocket 360. I've never done that before. Oh, I got a new maneuver. Check it. Oh, it's gonna be cool. We learned a new trick. Rocket 360 tail tap. Yeepaw, 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 yeepaw. Check it. Rocket 360 tire tap, hand flip. That's gonna be fun. Oh! Woo! Okay, what would we do after that? Fakey, something? What would we do after that? Endo, fakey, Kickstarter. Right. Ah. That was so sketchy. I don't even know what I was doing. Just having fun. Yippee! This is a good song. Ah, I messed up. I was almost at the... I want to do a 7 whip. Let's do a simple 7 whip. Oh, I got one.
Brian, I just want to say something real quick.
Three, two, one.
Thank you for never leaving your lucky chair and always being Little Caesars Pizza. Wait up, Daryl. Yeah.
Is this on copyright? Dude, all this stuff's not on copyright. I think they're just really, really old songs. Pretty cool though. I haven't listened to these in a while. You know what I could do? We could do side this to that to Undertaker. And I'm thinking about all sorts of new tricks I have never done today. It's weird. How'd I do it? Oh, actually, I don't know if that's doable. Maybe I have to do it. Oh, that is doable.
When I learned about mind bloom, I was curious if psychedelic therapy could actually help with those symptoms.
I'm tired now. We are kind of tired. Not too bad. What was I gonna do? I felt like I was gonna do a trick and I kind of forgot it. Oh yeah, we were gonna do the Undertaker thing. Watching the Super Bowl? I actually am. Actually, I'm going to go to my friend's house and watch the Super Bowl. I'm going to be honest, I'm not too much of like a team sports, but there are a lot of believers. I do like, I like the camaraderie of it. I never played a team sports growing up. That's the weird thing. Holy moly, my pedal's loose. I need to fix that. I actually watched the, I did watch, like, there was a ceremonial, like, NFL ceremonial thing last night. I don't know if you watched that. But what's funny about, you can probably watch it still, it's probably up on there. What's pretty cool about it is a lot of the players, I would have to even guess maybe 4 out of 5 NFL players, they actually gave thanks to God, which was actually really cool. My pedal was loose that entire time. Did you watch that thing last night? I don't know what it was called. It was in Las Vegas, I think. I watched it with my friends. If it wasn't for my friends, I probably wouldn't have never watched it, but it was my friends that were watching it. I'm tired now. I like used up all my energy. I'm like snailing pacing now. No, I saw that trick, but there's not too much energy involved in that trick. Sorry, anybody that's watching me. I'm tired now. I used up all my energy, basically. So I'm just chilling out, practicing. I don't know what this trick's called. It's an important trick, though. Carl Cruiser. Is that what it's called? I think it's called a Carl Cruiser squeaker. I think that's what it might be called. Carl Cruiser squeaker. This is, what's kind of funny is this kind of is like, I would consider like this maneuver kind of resting. It's not as like energy exerting. Because there's some tricks that we're doing and there's like a lot more energy exertion. This one's like very chill. This is like a rest trick. Kind of weird because I'm actually not good at it, so you want to practice if you're tired. I haven't practiced my double footing today. Guess that's what we can practice too. Oh, I suck at that trick. Maybe as we practice this one too. Man, dude, double foot's hard. I am so bad at double foot. What's that? You can blow my nose real quick. Let's practice. Let's see here. I haven't been practicing the one wheel, the hang five machine today. Practice that. Ugh. Wow, I landed first try. That's a rarity. That's actually the first one I've landed first try with the bar small. Maybe we're improving a little bit. I can feel how they're kind of pumping it a little bit. Interesting. You have to kind of like, bring your bars up like that. Like, but you have to do it on the bike. You can do it on this thing, but it's hard on the bike. Needs to be perfectly round. It also might be the tire PSI. Actually, I need to start checking the PSI on this tire. The thing is the rest of the bike probably weighs, I'd have to say maybe 8 pounds. So maybe when I put the air pressure in, I might take 8 pounds of pressure to simulate the weight of the bike. Maybe? I don't know, I might be wrong, but I want 20 PSI right there. Oh wait, never mind, I just lost maybe about 7. Now the thing is, you can practice it this way too, which is actually easier this way. I don't know why. I think it's because of the fork offset right here. It feels easy to cliffhanger this way. But the thing is that it's actually harder getting into it on the actual bike. But actually getting into it, it's easier this way. And holding it anyway. I'm not used to it. I got the first one. Oh, I was gonna go back into a fakey cliffhanger. Adjusting the spokes. Yeah, that'd be a good one. I need to learn how to. I know how to dake, so I'm somewhat fairly okay at truing a rim like this, but I'm not good at truing a rim with a hop in it. There's a bunch of videos on it, but it's like weird. So in order to, so say there was a hop up here, right? That means you'd actually have to tighten all of these spokes and then loosen these spokes over here. And sometimes you don't need to loosen those ones, but that's generally what it is. So so say this was like an oval, like if it was an oval like that, doosh, oval, doosh, oval. You would want to tighten, you would find out that radius, and then tighten all those spokes. But then sometimes what you have to do is you have to do it on the opposite spectrum, and you have to loosen these spokes so then it balances it out. And it's just really weird. I'm not good at it, but I know how it works, but I'm not good at doing it. You know what? I actually think I have an idea. I think you could practice hitchhikers with this thing. Let's see. I think you could practice the hitchhiker like this. I don't tell him to do this. I actually think you might be able to. But let's actually see the width. Okay, so it's right here. That's about the same. Oh wait, maybe I did figure it out. Interesting. I haven't been practicing this. Oh wait, how would I do it? I would have to do it with this hand. Yeah, because I'm doing the whiplash like that. Elbow glide into this. So I have to learn it this way. Interesting. What the? Oh, that's weird. We figured out something new. Dude. I'm gonna tell him this. I can't believe I just figured that out. What in the world? Dude, someone should have told me this right in the beginning. I would have just been...
So you think you know Wix, do you?
3, 2, 1. See, this is stuff like I wish somebody would have just told me this right away. I did not even think about it until now. Like, it's so weird. Ooh, okay, that's good. Oh, that's weird. That's crazy. Woo! We figured out something new on the penny fine machine. Oh, they got caught in my grip. We got a new trick to learn. I'm gonna try and land one. Oh, come on, that's actually kind of hard. It's actually harder than the cliffhanger. I need to practice how to land it. I don't know about this song. It's sounding weird. Oh, weird, man. Oh, that's it right there. Yippee! Man, that's hard. I mean, I think it's hard. I don't know. I'm just not used to it. It's like so weird, like dropping it down like that.
When you're looking like a snack, and now you're hungry for one.
Ooh, what is this? A new song? I want to land one. Oh, it's close. I forgot I could just drop it down like that. I give up. I guess we're practicing it, but it's kind of crazy. The cliffhanger is actually easier. It sounds weird, but the cliffhanger is actually way easier than the hitchhiker. It feels in terms of the balance point. I guess it's because the balance point is like you have to kind of like I guess that's what I'm not used to. Huh, maybe that's why people say the cliffhanger is easier. crazy. There's actually a lot of things you can run on this thing. Gotta go stay faithful. Peace out, Joe. Blessings to you, man. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good one, man. Try your best and have fun. Actually, I need to say this to... I'm gonna actually send a message to this dude. Just so I'm probably gonna forget if I don't send the message right now. Oh, dude, that dude's live right now. I literally just sent him a message right now. Oh, I'm tired. Those are pretty good tires. I like them. Whoa. Okay, we're gonna go draw now. How long have we been streaming for? Man, we've only been riding for 2 hours? I feel like I shouldn't be tired, but I don't know, I am. Alright, we're gonna go draw, I guess. I'm tired, I'm a little taxed out, my neck kind of hurts. I got whiplash yesterday a little bit, mild whiplash. Okay, let's go inside, I guess, and draw a picture. Since yesterday Hopefully my computer doesn't shut off. I don't know why my computer shut off yesterday, but it did. No, I think it updated, and then it shut down randomly. Oh, it might have been because of my mouse. Huh. That might have been it. Maybe I clicked something on my mouse when I was moving it around yesterday and it shut down. Shnikes, how am I going to do this? Let's take it off this thing. Oh, did I bring? Oh, I didn't bring the power supply. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do we got going on over here? Holy. Oh, is this tripping out on me? Oh my God, is it going to shut down? Oh, shnikes. Oops. That's why I should. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was just my mouse I dropped. Oops. Did my thing shut down? Darn it. Okay, let's see here. Oh, darn. Sketchy. Sorry, everybody. Having some technical difficulties. Please don't shut down on me today, so we can draw a picture. Why is this thing still alive? It is still alive. That over here. This over here. That over here. Let's find a BMX. I wonder if I'm getting in trouble because I'm putting a BMX video right there. I don't think, because I see other streamers and they're watching YouTube videos, so I feel like I wouldn't be that in trouble, but I was kind of tripped out yesterday. I was kind of wondering if that's why they shut down my computer. Because I'm like showing like a video right here. I don't know, maybe I should stop doing that, but I honestly feel like all the writers would be cool with me doing that. They're probably like, oh, that's just more promotion. Let's see here. What? Oh, let's watch some. Let's see here. I kind of want to watch like some old school, like break BMX. I had a playlist up in here. What was it called?
It was called, I think, Druid of the Talon. I think that is what it was called. Where is it? Skywatch, it might have been this one as well. This used to be actually one of my favorite videos right here. It sounds weird because I feel like most people would probably not say it would be one of their favorite videos, but man, I love this video right here. So Sergio Leos, like, just shredding this. Because what people don't really realize is this dude right here, he's doing a bunch of, like, switch airs. He's doing regular airs, switch airs, just like... It's amazing. And this is a really old video, too. This is, like, probably, like, 20 years old or something. What's crazy is this dude actually still rides. Like, he's still really, really, really good. Shoutouts to Sergio Leos. Amazing dude. There's actually a standout clip in this little edit. He does a nose bonk to Foof. It's amazing. Let's see, where is it? Man, I haven't seen this in so long. Where is it? It's coming up. I think that was Switch right there. I think that was a Switch one. He did it regular to Switch. Oh, that's interesting. 180 Disaster to Canadian Jam? I haven't done that one before. That one right there, boom. It was so cool because, like, the camera's right on the coping, and you hear the coping. It's like dun dun. It was so cool seeing that. Okay, we're gonna draw something. Where's some paper at? Kind of just want to watch BMX videos. I ain't gonna lie. I guess we could just do both. We could just multitask and just watch BMX videos as well. That's actually what Moya Flat does. Moya Flat just watches BMX videos. It seems like that's what he does. Let's see here. Oh, this playlist isn't very good, actually. Let me find another one. Where is another good playlist? Skywatch. Oh, here it is. Here's the good playlist up in here. This is what I was looking for. Watch this one. This is Ruben Alcantara. So it's kind of funny. So like actually my friend group, it was kind of weird. Actually, my friend group had a weird split off. Not like we were butting heads with each other, but what's kind of funny is me and my friend, we grew up racing, and then my other friends, they kind of like grew up riding street, right? So like they became brakeless and like four pegs, and then me and a couple of my friends, we went down like the Garrett Burns route. So we were like pegless, straight cable, and I ran that style for so long until I tore my ACL. And then right after I tore my ACL, I just went full flatline, basically. Man, I love foofs, dude. Foofs are amazing. It's such a cool trick. Even though it's kind of, I guess, people don't really like it, but I like them. I'm going to draw up in here. You could draw like a, I don't know. Yeah, like a chick knight or something. Chick holy armor god knight thing.
me put some music on. It's like really, really quiet. Okay. Welcome, travelers. Welcome to the drawing segment of the stream where we get to watch some BMX videos. Hopefully I don't get in trouble. By the way, I apologize if you guys don't want me watching the BMX videos. I'm pretty sure, I mean, I know some of these riders, like, I'm pretty sure they'd be cool with it, but if you're not, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't be watching these BMX videos, but, I think we're going to draw a character today. I kind of want to draw like a bike, armor of God, bike knight or something. Generally, I haven't actually drawn a good knight lately. We did do the lion knight the other day, but I don't like a good human character in a while. So okay, intriguing. Let's just begin. Let us begin. We're going to break out our utensils. We're going to be using a simple Crayola colored pencil, sharpened with a razor blade, and a mechanical pencil. So let us begin, travelers. Welcome. Welcome in. I don't know if I'm going to dialect these drawings because it actually takes me a little bit longer. I guess it doesn't take me that long to talk and draw at the same time, but I'm trying to get better at talking and drawing at the same time because for years and years and years I literally did not say a single word. I'm just drawing here, just drawing in silence. So let us begin. Okay, so we're gonna get into drawing a humanoid character. And in order to start the humanoid character, we're going to start roughly with the proportion grid, right? So we're actually going to start with the line of action. So let us start with the line of action, and this is actually a pretty important aspect because this is actually where the figure is going to be placed on this plane of, I guess, this paper right here. So we're gonna roughly say we're gonna build the figure up right here, and we're probably gonna put a bicycle right here or something like that. So this is the line of action, and I know I've relayed this information so many times that people are probably just tired of me talking about it. But the thing is that the line of action is actually supposed to be the spine of the figure. And if you actually notice, most mammalia and mammals, basically most mammals have spines, right? And you could see, and if you actually get into animation, a lot of animators, they actually get into learning about how the spine actually works. And if you can figure out how the spine weaves in and out of in a running sequence, when you're sitting down, when you're doing anything right now, you can build a figure from the spine. Okay, so let's begin. So now we're going to get into roughly putting in our proportion grid. We're actually going to do our proportion grid with this pencil, and why I'm doing it with this pencil is because it's a little easier to erase. So let's see. So I'm just going to quickly just see if this is going to fit on the page. So we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. That should fit on this page. Ooh, a Stephen Hamilton video. This actually used to be one of my favorite videos as well. There's a lot of intriguing clips that he got in this edit right here. A lot of firsts, I think. A lot of like back pedal ices down rails and switch foot pedal grind. all sorts of interesting stuff in this one. Okay, so now let's get into constructing this figure. So we're going to go with our head. And we're going to start with our 3 immovable masses, which our 3 immovable masses is going to be the head, the torso, and the pelvis. And roughly within the proportion grid, we can figure that out now. So this is the torso of the figure. And now this is actually the big one, right? So now I learned this from Bridgman, by the way. Bridgman, he, where I figured out, where I actually got introduced by Bridgman was actually from Frank Frazetta, an amazing old, like 50s to, I would even say maybe late 80s, early 90s artist. And he studied George B. Bridgman, right? Now, if you read the George B. Bridgman book, one aspect that George Bridgman goes into is in the construction of the figure. You can lay out some base parameters of if you want to make, do you want to draw a male? Do you want to draw a female, right? And that's kind of like an easy, which one do you want to draw in the beginning, right? Because if you guess that in the beginning, if you kind of know what you're going to draw right in the beginning, it makes it much easier, right? Because within the proportion grid, it does vary a bit within the aspect of the male and the female, right? And so if we were to draw a female, now this isn't across the board. There are a lot of variables within it, but from what I was taught and a lot of what figure drawing artists are taught, well, I guess from George B. Bridgman, is that he went into talking about like how that when we do the 3 immovable masses, right, which we'll do the 3 immovable masses, this torso, if we were going to do a dude, generally a dude would have like a bigger torso than a female character. Look at that. We got George DeSantis. Man, these are some of the writers that I've been influenced by before I tore my ACL, unfortunately. If you notice, a lot of break writers. I actually think this entire playlist that we're watching is all break writers. 1, 2, 3, 4. So see this 4 segment right here? This actually should be at the end of the pelvis. And now we're thinking about the pelvis. We're actually thinking about all of these as blocks. And within the spine of the figure, we're thinking about, okay, how do they tilt? Because these blocks can tilt in and out of one another. And basically, if you figure out these 3 immovable masses, you can basically draw a figure in any angle. Because the other thing is with these 3 immovable masses, if you learn the perspective grid, you know, there's a variety of perspective grids, right? We have like the 3-plane perspective, we have the 2-plane perspective, we have the 1-plane perspective, we have fisheye perspective, right? Now, what you can do if you learn the perspective grid, if you master the perspective grid, you can put the figure and you can put the proportion grid within the perspective grid, and you can put it in there, and then you can actually basically draw a figure in any single angle. And did I put it on art? I don't think I did I? Oh, I didn't. Oops. I need to change my section real quick. Art, not health and fitness. Okay, so generally what I like to start with is I like to cut this in half now. And then the other baseline, the big major landmark for just something to just keep in mind of, that I try and keep in mind of, is the end of the kneecap. Which unfortunately, see this guy right here that's actually riding, his name's Joe Rich. I actually think he tore his ACL in this video, unfortunately. Which I actually tore my ACL as well. It freaking sucks, man. I still have a torn ACL. I haven't even gotten surgery yet. But man, there are so many commercials. Okay, so the next landmark on this figure that we're going to roughly be thinking about is the end of the kneecap. And to figure that out, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Now see how this figure is kind of pushed into a 3/4 quarter turn angle, right? So we're going to take that and then we're going to go into our, is that 5.5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5.5 right up in here. Should be up in there. And I feel like this figure, I'm going to have to redraw it because it doesn't fit. Darn it. I knew it was going to happen like that. Oh, we're going to have to restart it. This is what happens when I just start drawing without thinking. I thought, okay, so that's where I messed up. See, I actually did mess up pretty heavily. 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe not. Let's see, maybe we could fix it. Nope. We're restarting it. Man, I've been drawing my characters so squished lately on these pages. Let's restart it. We're gonna do the exact same thing. Now the thing about this is kind of what kind of sucks about the traditional medium, or I guess that's actually what kind of sucks about these pencils. These pencils are actually very hard to erase. I could erase all this, but the thing is, you have to like really like dig in and erase it. But oh well, we're gonna restart it, but we're gonna do that exact same pose right there. The thing is it's just the proportion grid. I know I'm just gonna get frustrated later on, but it's okay. We learn from our mistakes, right? So what did we learn from that one right there, right? We learned that I need to pay more attention to the proportion grid, right? Because if the proportion grid is messed up, it does not fit on this plane of paper right here. It's okay. We're gonna just restart it so we didn't lose. And that's the thing is I just knew I was gonna restart it because like it just didn't fit up on there. So let's restart it. So we're starting with our line of action. We're gonna bring out this pencil. Let's do it again over again. Let's do it a little bit smaller today. A little bit smaller. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. That's how it should have been. This okay, so that's actually where I messed up. I haven't drawn a humanoid character in a while, so I'm a little rusty. Or I guess not rusty, but just a little not as on the dot. So since we did do a three-quarter pose, it does the angle of this perspective line right here actually gets pushed a little bit. So I didn't put that into account. Okay, let's begin again. Let's see if we can make up for lost time here. So we're going to start with our 3 movable masses. We're starting with our torso. We're drawing a female character. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. I'm going to split that in half. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. 5.5 is actually the end of the kneecap. There we go. See how it fits in that page? And that's the thing is it was how we got this proportion grid is generally the head though. That's how I got that one. But I think we're making up for lost time now. And I've been noticing now when I talk, I'm actually drawing slower but maybe it's good that we're talking. Now the arms are definitely take quite a bit of time. So, but now, okay, so now we got some landmarks over here. This is the major one right here, the end of the kneecap. Another weird landmark actually is the end of the breast. Generally, most, I guess, depending on how old, because sometimes they do sag and stuff. It's kind of funny to think about, but just because skin, as it gets older, begins to become more elastic. But generally, another one would be the end of the pectoralis muscle, which if you're a woman, it actually is at the 2 head mark right there. And not always is it the case like that, but roughly it is a general landmark to think about. And that's just in just a human anatomy. Human anatomy. Let's see here. Trying to think how we're gonna. Should we have a shield on this side? The arms take quite a bit of time because there's so many variables with the arms, like how many positions you can put everything in and all sorts of stuff like that. Let's see here. How are we gonna do this? Let's actually have her like holding the sword and her looking at the book, and maybe there'll be a bike right here. Yeah. Okay, so we're drawing the deltoid. The deltoid's actually, there's 3 parts of the deltoid. There's the front delt, the side delt, and there's actually a back delt. Now, what's really interesting is if you look at the back muscles of both a male and a female, there's so many muscles that weave in and out of one another. And many times, if you have back pain, a lot of people think when you have back pain, you think, oh, I have a herniated disc or something in my spine, right? Many times it's actually weak muscles, because if you have a muscle that is more worked out, growing more than a weaker muscle, sometimes the tissues get pulled like this in the back. So sometimes, many times, actually, when you have back pain, it's actually muscle imbalances. That's what I've learned. I don't know. I guess not always is it like that, but it is like that sometimes. So now we're going to draw the bicep. Forearm muscle and hand. I don't want to draw like an arm like this. Maybe with their arm like this, and maybe there'll be like a shield right here, And so the other thing is there's these radii, radius. So see how you can take like the end of this elbow right here? You can actually take the end of the elbow, and if we think about this as a giant circle, we can actually figure, okay, well, we carve it over there, boom, we found the end of that one, and that's generally roughly where the elbow would be. Now, the crazy thing is there's actually some crazy mathematical thing. You can actually figure all this stuff mathematically out, especially if you get into like perspective drawing and stuff like that. This is not really like that. Now, we are doing a little bit of math, just very, very vague math. I mean, honestly, the math that we're doing is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5, and then we build everything up from a 7.5 grid. Like not too crazy. So we're drawing a hand. And then there's going to be like a shield, like a... Right, yeah, because we need the armor. We need the armor of God. So how are we going to do this? Like a shield like this, like catching arrows or something. Put a cross right there to honor the Lord. I guess the bicycle will be right up in here. Now, I don't know. So this is actually a big one, right? We can have this person looking, if we think about this as a square, right? We can have, well, I guess you also have to think about the neck muscle right there, but this square, this sphere can be in and out. You know, she could be looking that way, she could be looking this way, this way, this way, this way, all sorts of different directions. But I think since she's getting shot by these arrows and stuff like that, maybe she should be looking forward like that. Is that how we should do it? Or should she be looking this way? Like reading the Bible? Yeah, I think maybe that's how she should be, right? Okay, I think we're ready for our next layer. Ready for our next layer. Now this next layer is very, very important, but hopefully we can get into it. Oh my goodness, so it's been 4 hours. Oh my goodness, I gotta speed this up. We gotta speed this up, ladies and gentlemen. But generally, these characters generally take longer for me to draw, honestly, so.
When it comes to the love of certain real natural cheese.
Okay, so with this piece of paper that we have right here, you may hear me going like this. Okay, sweet. Man, I don't know why I just got disconnected like right there. I apologize on that. Oops. Maybe it's because I'm watching those videos. Huh. Well, maybe I shouldn't be watching those BMX videos, right? I'll just draw this character out, I guess. Man, I must be using a lot of internet, I guess, or something. Is this, wait, let's see, what is this on? Oh, okay. I need to lower this quality of this video. I'm like using up all the internet right now. might be able to put this video back on. No, let's listen to music. We won't have the video. I think the videos are like using up a lot of the internet, unfortunately. Oops. This is gonna be a hard one. Let me bring this a little bit lower. Oh, I dropped my frame rate dropped again. What the heck's going on? Okay, I need to just stop using the internet. I don't know why I keep losing frames and stuff. I keep dropping frames and stuff. Oh well. Okay, I gotta turn off all my internet stuff then. Crazy. Yeah, my internet's all messed up right now. Apologize, people. Is it maybe I'm downloading? Am I downloading an update or something? What's going on here? What's going on here? It's annoying. Oh well, it's okay. Wait, I need to go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna have to resubmit. Disconnected again. Huh. Oh, hear it. Oh my goodness. What's going on here? Yeah, something's going up on here. I don't know what it is. Sorry, everybody. I think my internet's all messed up. That's why I don't play video games. Because my internet can hardly even take all this. It's like weird. It's like I'm not even doing anything. It's not. I can't do it right now. Okay. I think it's back to normal now. I had a little hang up. I guess I can't watch YouTube videos. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Twitch is messing up my internet because I'm watching YouTube videos on it. I don't think that would be the case, but who knows? Maybe that's what they're doing. They're like, you can't be watching YouTube videos. We're gonna mess up your internet. Front armor. Let's try and put our music back on now. I don't know what is going on here, but okay. We're watching music again. I think I just had too many things open. What's up, Creative Fit? Man, I've been going through some technical difficulties. My internet's going in and out, so I might abruptly this stream might abruptly end at any moment. I don't know if it was just some sort of surge or something. I don't know what happened, but yeah, 4 hours so far. Yeah, it's been going good. I think the thing is, like, when I go into my room, I'm farther away from the router, and I think it slows my internet down or something like that. This is actually one of the reasons why I actually don't stream video games, because, like, I feel like my internet is just, like, I don't have, like, the most high-speed internet, so I can't really, like, you know. But it's okay, it gets me to draw, I guess, so that's cool. How have you been, Creative Fit? Hope you and your family are getting better. Weren't you guys sick or something like that? Man, dude, sorry, man. I do not like getting sick, man. I don't feel like anybody likes getting sick, right? Man, it almost like hurts, huh? It hurts to get sick. What do you think it was, the flu? It feels like something's been going around here. Like, all my friends have been like, I'm getting the flu. And sorry, bro, I'm not putting on a YouTube video because last time I put on a YouTube video, my internet shut off. I don't know if it's Twitch. I'm all tripped out now. They're like, you're not supposed to be watching YouTube videos, or we're gonna shut your internet off.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone. I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about it.
Yeah, the flu. Trying to do a bit of organizing tonight. What are you organizing? Put a little cross right there. I think this halo's a little bit too big, eh? Ooh, studio stuff, art supplies. Oh, that's cool. It always just feels good to organize stuff, huh? Just like clean stuff up, you know. I feel like it's always a bit rewarding. Maybe not when you're doing it, but after, you know, like being in that space, like that organized space. Man, dude, I don't know if you watched the stream yesterday, dude. Oh my goodness, yesterday was a battle, dude. Holy moly, dude. People straight up just think I'm probably crazy. I literally, like, my riding was just so, like, oh my god, it was, like, hard. I have some of these days where just flatland is just, or just BMX riding in general is just hard, man. And, like, yesterday was one of those days. Nothing came easy yesterday. See, a lot of this stuff's just muscle memory, honestly. Like, a lot of my drawings are muscle memory, because I've drawn this little book, like, so many times, you know? But here's the thing why I like, what I've liked about doing, like, the graffiti stuff, is see, like, this armor and stuff. This is honestly where I think graffiti starts helping people out. If you start getting into character design and stuff like that, graffiti actually helps you with armor design. Because it kind of helps you, like, just learn about the abstraction of things. Of shapes. Tons of paperwork to get to later. You think you're going to start streaming next week? It's crazy. Do you know Swifty? The guy that, he's like honestly, he's probably one of the OG Twitch streamers, Swifty. It's crazy because, dude, Swifty just streams, like, his entire, like, work day. He does, like, literally, like, 24-hour, he does, like, 48-hour days. I'm like, man, that's crazy. And he just has it open, like, it's pretty insane, actually. Oh, going to try. My daughter has been with me and not feeling well. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah, I saw that one where you were, like, animating that cat. That was cool. The other thing is I honestly don't really watch too many streams. So I apologize if you guys are following me and I don't watch your guys' streams. I hop on some every now and then, but I've been trying to I need to get better at that, of just hopping in, saying hi, and generally the streams I watch are just the people that are believers and stuff like that. They're doing, like, their Bible studies. I'm just curious of what they're talking about. Kind of digging this character. I haven't done a female character in a while. Chick's looking pretty gnarly. For me personally, I think she's pretty gnarly. Let's see her being pretty protected from some demons. Satan, the devil. Getting corrupted. And I see, so I do follow a lot of WoW streamers. I'm like, oh, there's a part of me that wants to, like, play the new SOD, Season of Discovery. Man, the thing is, I just feel like I don't have enough time to play. I'm going to be honest, I don't even really play any video games at the moment, man. I feel like this is my video game that I'm playing. It's straight up hilarious to me. I mean, I guess, and that's the thing is I've kind of landlocked myself, because I could probably do a WoW stream again. I used to do WoW streams. But I've landlocked myself at the moment because I don't have an Ethernet cord. If I can get an Ethernet cable literally right now at Walmart, and I could start streaming WoW at the moment, but yeah, I haven't gotten it yet because I'm kind of landlocking myself, because I know if I start playing WoW, I'm gonna not be drawing as much, so I've landlocked myself. I don't know if it's for good or for ill, but I think it's for good at the moment because I'm drawing more, and I feel like at the moment in the season I'm in, I feel like I'm a little bit more fruitful in the spirit when I draw, and I give these drawings away to other believers, or even just share it on the internet, right? And I'm not saying that playing like WoW or something is not being fruitful, because you can share the gospel in WoW. I just feel like just where I'm at personally, that's where I'm at. Would need an Ethernet converter USB hub. Yeah. And the thing is, I do have another computer, my old computer. That's what I used to actually stream WoW on. The Ethernet cable is straight connected to it. And since I'm streaming this on my laptop, I don't have an Ethernet cord thing. So I have to buy that little adapter. That sword's pretty cool. This character's not fully in the screen, huh? I was going to do a perspective drawing today, but I was like, I haven't drawn a character. I haven't drawn a good knight in a while. I'll draw the knights. Because the knights really just, honestly, this is just me doing a graffiti piece, honestly. All this, see all this right here? See this little edge right here? It's exactly like doing a graffiti. See this little edge right here? It just reminds me of, I'm just doing a graffiti piece, but I'm just putting it on a proportion grid. We're trying to do the armor guts. So we have the helmet of salvation. Now I know some people say, "Oh, well, that's a halo. That's not the helmet." Well, I like just saying, just referring that, because it's at least something, right? Helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness. I need to do the belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace, sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and the shield of faith, by which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. Basically what I draw all the time. Just little variations of things. Okay, let's draw this breastplate. She looks like she's fixing her halo in the mirror of the word. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you just actually reminded me. I actually need to be focusing on this, because I actually kind of forgot about that. So Brad Rigney, actually one of the MTG artists, he's actually a believer too. So shout out to Brad Rigney. He said to work on the hardest parts first, which is generally the head, the hands, and I've totally not worked on the hand that way. actually reminded me I actually probably should work on this right now. Instead of all this. This is just kind of easy stuff. This is hard. How are we going to do this? Let's see here. And also we're trying to follow, see how I have this glove right here? I'm trying to do it over here as well, so let's see, about right there, right? And that's actually what I learned from the graffiti. Actually, that's another thing I've learned from the graffiti. So you take one element of your piece and you start adding it to other parts. So see how I have this little cross? You have another little cross right there. We got another little cross. So you have like these three things right here, and see how this armor is over here? See how it has like this circle, and then there's a sharp edge? Circle, circle, sharp edge. Sharp edge, circle. I probably make no sense, but if you get into the graffiti stuff, that's what they do basically. They just balance it out, balance the piece out. Oh, I don't like the hand. I messed it up. Fudge. And it's because I'm not drawing through the form. That's where I'm messing up. I need to draw through the form. Like that. So she has like this weird armor thing right there. How am I gonna replicate that right there? Because it goes actually by her elbow. So how would that look right here? I think it would just look like a giant thing like that. I don't think that's how it looks, but oh well. Painting in park tomorrow, doing some art evangelism. Oh, that's really cool, man. That is really cool, man. I wish I could do it really fast. You know those street artists? You know, actually, I had... for a while, I actually wanted to do these characters. Like, I wanted to actually be out on the street and then do these characters for people. But the thing is I'm not very... I mean, I'd like to consider myself somewhat fast, but I'm not as fast as those street artists, man. Those street artists are literally like amazing. Actually, I've actually been watching a lot of them on YouTube. I've actually been very intrigued on how they do it. What's very interesting about those street artists is a lot of times they don't do an underlayer. You know, like this stuff right here. Like all this, you know, this color, they would basically just do this. See how I'm just doing it with the pencil layer right here? It seems like they just go in, like just straight away with like ink. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, that's crazy. Let's do this like belt buckle thing. Kind of looks like some sort of insect. Looks like a piece of crab or something. Which I should have actually, see, it's kind of weird how we just did that little thing right there, but the reason why I did it is because, see how we did this little thing right here? I'm kind of like taking this little shape and injecting it into that. But now we have to do it on this side, which is going to be a little bit challenging. So let's see here. It goes down right there, goes up, goes like that, and then we'll do like that little thing right there. I think this is probably one of the hardest parts about doing the armor, is like if you do it on this side, you want to kind of balance it on this side, which is kind of challenging. I think you would maybe see a little bit of this little edge right on that one. Darn, that doesn't really look like a belt, does it? Fudge. I might have to put another belt just so it looks more like a belt. I mean, that does look like a belt. I kind of want to have like this armor and then like her just like having like yoga pants on or something. Which I think yoga pants are cool. I'm cool with the yoga pants. Belt is all good. See, this armor is actually a little weird, right? Because I have like, because in all honesty, if you study armor, this plate actually should be more like this, covering this entire segment, and then there actually should be like this gnarly, what's it called? I forgot what the knee pads for the suit of armor is called. It has a specific name, I forgot. And generally I do like, you know, like shin guard and stuff. So she's like super armored up in here. I guess a little bit suggestive right here. When an academy had inside belt for pants and an outside strap for cargo. Oh yeah, I forgot that. That's actually something that there are parts where they put the strap like right. I could put like a strap like right there. And also you could put straps right up in there, huh? Interesting. I don't know how I'm going to do this right up in here. These shoes. Boots of the gospel of peace. Let's do it like this. Boots of the gospel of peace. I'm going to put a peace sign right here. We are trying to be for peace. Oh, that does not look like a boot. Oh my goodness. It kind of does a little bit, but not really. Did a bad job right there. I'm gonna have to redo that right there, actually. Let me see if I could replicate it. And so that's what's hard about this. So now if I do this boot over here, I'm going to have to do it over here. Which that is going to look weird. Oh well. Just improve it out a little bit. I actually don't like that at all, but oh well. Like, why is there just a random peace sign right there? That there needs to be shoelaces right there. Maybe the peace sign would be on the cusp, or the tongue of the, or is that the tongue? What is that called? Whatever that, I think it's the tongue. And this is where the shoelaces would be. That looks a little bit better. Have AI do the second boot. I'm gonna be, dude. You know it's so funny, man. It's like I haven't even been using the AI stuff. I used it 3 times, right? Because right when the AI stuff came out, you had three free attempts, right, to do it. Ever since then, I haven't even touched it. Okay, let's draw a bicycle. It's like, what in the world? Why does this not have a bike? Well, this is spiritual armor, everybody, okay? Okay, so I guess we'll talk about how to draw bikes. I don't know if hardly any BMX riders even watch my stream, which is the most hilarious part. Anyway, if you guys do watch BMX, I mean, if you guys do ride BMX, you guys can learn how to draw bikes. So generally how I've learned how to draw bikes is to do 2 lines, right? We start with just 2 lines. And this 2 line is almost like taking the perspective grid like that we did, but generally 20 inches, right? So we're looking for a 20-inch wheel. It's probably at the, right there, right? At the cusp of the knee. Actually, maybe a little bit more like that, huh? What we're going to do is, how am I going to do this actually? Let me think about this. Because we actually can do it this way, which actually that's probably how I should do it because she's like that. And I guess the shield's kind of like this way, which you may have it that way, huh? I'm confused now. Wait up. I'm confused now. I apologize. Yeah, I think it would be like this, since this is in the perspective like that, right? So for bike would probably be like that. And then we'll just do the front wheel. Forks, tire, which tires are probably the wheels are probably the hardest part to draw on the bike. We have the stem, and then that will be kind of like in that same perspective. Yeah, okay, so it'll work out. Okay, so how to draw the bike, right? So we or BMX bike anyway, or actually most bikes. So we take this wheel right here, right? And then we do another wheel right here. And then we do another one. It's actually a little bit less. It's probably about that. It's not totally 3. It's probably like, it's about like that. And then we cut that in half like this. And then from this we can build the frame. This isn't really in the camera, huh? Okay, let's see here. This one actually fit pretty good because then we could put a Bible verse right here. Let me draw the shield with the arrows real quick. Jeremy's build a bike coming to it. That's what I kind of wanted to do. But like drawing build a bike, you know? But then somehow like, you know. Man, this camera's really shaky, huh? I think it's because this thing's mounted on something that's shaky. Sorry if it, because I'm like drawing, I see it, because I have the stream open, I see it just shaking when I'm drawing. I apologize of that. I need to figure out how to get it to not shake. Okay, let's draw this bike. So generally I start with the front wheel. I generally start with the forks and the bars, just right up in this segment right up in here. It takes, if you can figure out that, you can build the rest of the bike. That's what I figured out so far. So this chick's gonna have maybe 15-degree offset forks like me. So we're gonna do a head tube. Yeah, she's gonna have 15-degree offset forks. Now, if you were a crazy person, if you were a mechanical designer, and you place this in perspective and you figured out all the mathematical stuff on how to do it, you can literally draw a perfectly, and I guess I wouldn't say perfectly, but near perfect geometry for all of this stuff. If you really wanted to calculate, oh, this is 15 degrees. Well, you can figure that out in the perspective grid, right? But I'm not that crazy. But there are some people that are crazy. Generally, mechanical designers think that way. Which shout outs to mechanical designers before you guys use before CAD was developed, mechanical designers had to draw everything out. Now they just do it as a 3D model thing, which is cool too, but I do like seeing like the old mechanical drawers and stuff like that. It's very, very cool. A lot of work that they put in figuring out everything. She's going to be running like 1.75 width tires. Actually, that doesn't look like 1.75. That probably looks about, I would have to say that looks about maybe 2.0 width tires. Okay, so she has her width right here. I think she's going to have more of like a race bike. I don't know if she's going to be a flatlander. Okay, so let's see here. So from here, what we do is we make the head tube go down about right. This is generally what a sprocket would be. So the head tube would be like this. And then from that, we know that that's where the seat post would be. And then from that seat post point, we know that that's, and that's why we drew this line right here, because now we know that that's where the I can't even think right now. Oh my goodness, I'm like brain dead from like talk. It's so weird. I was like talking so much earlier. Now I'm like brain dead. I can't even talk right now. The chainstay. Yeah, chainstay. That's what we're thinking about. Okay, so from here, we have this. Let's put the tire on. It's cool. I always love drawing the bikes because it just makes me feel like if I were like a pro rider, like what kind of geometry do I want, you know? Dude, if there were some gnarly companies out there that would hook me up, I would want to try out some wonky geometry. Just wonkified. That'd be so cool. I wonder if that's what companies do. They're like, oh, what kind of geometry do you want to use? Because sometimes I feel like most people, they don't really like, pick really wonky geometry, but in Flatland, there are some crazy wonky geometries, man. And I think it's awesome. Children's Hospital would build a bike drawing. That would be cool. I wonder how you would even go about like getting into something like that, right? I mean, I guess you would just ask them, maybe send them an email or something like that. Man, this is just on repeat, isn't it? We've been listening to that cheesy Oblivion song for like an hour or 30 minutes or something. Okay, let's draw the stem now. In all honesty, you know what type of bike I would want? I would want a full titanium bike. That's like the in thing. I feel like that's like a weird like in crowd with the Flatland realm. Especially when I saw some of these really gnarly Flatlanders are like, dude, I have a full type bike. I'm like, what in the world? Okay, let's draw the stem. What kind of stem? We're gonna have a front load stem. Front load, that looks to be what? 50 millimeter front load stem. It looks to be what, maybe, I'm gonna have to roughly guess 8.5 bars, maybe actually 8-inch rise bars. It's kind of funny. It's like you can almost just like think about a bike, just building your bike up. I don't know, should I have it behind the shield? I think I'm actually going to have it behind the shield. Or no, that wouldn't make sense. So this is actually very confusing right here what I'm doing. Yeah, I guess it would be behind the shield maybe. Or no, it wouldn't. It would be in front of the shield, I think. Now the thing is I would want to put the lever right here, but she's going to be like more UK. It's kind of funny if you guys don't know, UK riders, a lot of them have their back brake on their left hand, which is very odd. I'm like, why do you guys do that? Like, are you guys just weird? Like, what is going on here? I've never known anybody in America that puts their back brake on their left hand. It's weird, but I don't know. Maybe we will make this a flatline bike. Now I think. No, we won't. Let's make it a normal bike. With brakes. Okay, well, we drew the skeleton of the bicycle. I'm getting tired, everybody. I need to finish this out. But it is fun. It is fun. Try people are still watching this. Get some likes out. Okay, what are we doing here? Let me think about this. Okay, we're gonna build this out. This is like this. Maybe put the pupils in there. Oh, dude, the pupils are always so hard for me. I guess we'll just try. Let's just place them in this. It's very vague, I guess. Oh yeah, we gotta draw like the arrows, or the darts. Oh, I'm tired. We're tired, everybody. I'm really gonna try and grind this drawing out. We're almost done. I'm almost at that point where I just want to like browse the internet.
Graham released 5 tips for writing a professional email.
You know what? Maybe I need some different music. That's probably what I need. I need some different music. That music putting me to sleep. Yes, this is what. That's probably why I was getting all lazy. That freaking music was putting me to sleep. It's kind of weird the vibes that music would bring to people. Oops. I totally messed those up though. Let's finish this bike out, I guess. How do this cult sect forks go? They look like fudge. I forgot what they look like. I literally have some of those forks. I just forgot what they looked. I know they have a. I think they fudge. I forgot how they went. I don't know. These are different forks, I guess. Let's see, let's work on this and work on that so I don't smear it. So like one piece cranks, let's try and make them look 3. What do you think about Venice Beach Creative Fit? You like Venice Beach? I feel like when I hear a lot of people bring up Venice Beach, like when they live in California, they're like, I don't like Venice Beach. But honestly, I really like Venice Beach. I like the vibes there. Yes and no. I just like how there's a lot of artists you can meet. That's why I like Venice Beach. Because I feel like Long Beach, like, I mean, you might see some people, like, just drawing randomly on the... But generally, you kind of don't. I don't know, unless you, like, go to a coffee shop or something. usually too worried about my car still being there to chill. Would be nice if I was dropped off. Oh, okay, I see. Do you do the trash bag thing? I put trash bag, or I use like, you know, I put like trash bags, like empty trash bags, you know. And what I do is I kind of like make if I have anything in the back seat, I kind of like cover it with trash bags and stuff like that. Otherwise people like break your windows. The other crank, it got really messed up right up in there, but got the straddle cable. Got the brake cable right here. I put my kids' educational books over my equipment. I think the other reason why I like Venice Beach is because like I've seen so much stuff about like Arnold, you know, like Gold's Gym and stuff like that, and so I always just thought that was cool. I'll put a cross right there. Little Easter egg.
At the President's Day sale, save up to $700 on ceiling.
Yeah, these bars look weird. I don't know. I'm just rushing it to get it done. Oh, this drawing's cheesy. The whole bike thing is so funny. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I really dig the bike thing, but oh well. For this one, anyway. I feel like I messed some stuff up. Let's see if I get these eyes in here. A little bit more confident. I think eyes are so hard to do. The reason why I think eyes is so hard to do is because if I mess it up, I have to erase that and then draw the eye again. Let's write the verse right here. This one seems a little bit more sketchy. I almost just feel like I want to ink it out just to make it more solid, but okay, what verse are we going to put in? That you need a rule. All female characters need to be riding. You can will female BMX ridership into existence. There actually is a good amount of female BMX riders, but flatland BMX riders, that's definitely a different question. There's not many flatland female flatland BMX riders.
Introducing the Boredom 2.0, a technical 5-pocket pad designed to feel comfortable and look
Okay, what verse are we gonna put in here? Let's see here. In all circumstances, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. I think I'm going to do that one. In all circumstances, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. I'm going to really be pushing it, trying to fit it in here, I think. I mean, I guess it'll fit in here. It's just, I don't know. You know what's weird is I actually write at an angle. I don't write like straight on like that. I actually have to turn the page for some reason. Okay, in all circumstances, Ephesians 6:16. Push this like this. Maybe I could push it like this so it seems like I'm writing normally. No, I guess not. I'm gonna write it really small. In all Here, I need to wait up. I have the entire thing up in here. I need to bring up just that verse, otherwise I'm going to get confused. Ephesians 6:16. See, now that's actually something we could think about too, right? You could literally, if this verse says we could take up the shield of faith in all circumstances, you could draw a shield of faith in any little drawing, right? Like even in the corner. That's how I see it. And also, I need to make sure I spell this right. And also, take up the shield of faith. Of faith, comma. Are you going to watch the Super Bowl? I'm going to be honest, I don't really watch too many team sports, but I'm just watching the Super Bowl because my friends are watching the Super Bowl. With which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. My hand hurts writing for some reason. It's because I'm writing all small or something, but of the evil one. I wonder how I should put it. Should I put it up in here or like right there? I'm gonna just put it like right down the bottom. Darn, this isn't even gonna fit on the thing. I need to move this camera. It's like right on the edge. I'm using that thing right at the edge. I need to actually, or actually maybe I can move this camera just like this.
Nicely. Let's see how he did it. Iron's advanced health, healthy digestion. Sends prebiotics here.
I kind of feel like I could add something in here.
Iron's for life.
Every year, thousands of athletes disappear in clutch moments due to falling hydration levels. They've been told how you feel yourself doesn't matter. And just like that, you're gone. Get yourself back in the game. Get yourself a Gatorade. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel.
Draw a little bunny rabbit. Flames over here. Put my signature. I guess I put my signature down here. Guess we could do a longer one, or we could just do one right there like I normally do. Just a little one. I wonder what would happen if I start doing it like this. Just like with the green pencil too. I mean, maybe I could just have it like that, because then it kind of like, you can tell it's a little signature right there, and it's like kind of like almost like a little watermark. Well, no, I'll do it with the pencil. Symbol up in there. Symbol right there. I want to add some stuff in here. I just don't know what to add. I'm just doing all these like minute little details now. Really not that important, but have a good day, travelers, and remember, for all your Trent traveling, you spelled Trent wrong. You're pretty close though. A lot of people spell it that way. Trent traveling, BMX needs, check out Jamie's Amazon shop, Ezekiel's Wheels and Spokes. Free shipping with all orders over 35. That's funny. This is how you spell Trent. Trent. It's like, I wonder if that, I mean, normal people say Trent. Maybe it's Trient. Some people also call them this. Ents. That's funny. This got a little right there. Little monkey. Little monkey. I need to erase this just a little bit. Oh, dude, I need like one of those sharp little erasers, man. Tree ant. Tree ant. Maybe that's how they pronounce it. Maybe I've been pronouncing it wrong this entire time. I'm about to call it a day. This got really confusing right up in here. It's very like, there's so much stuff going on right here. I got pretty confused, and I kind of didn't like this right here, but it's okay. Especially this. This got very jumbled up. This was very hard today. I didn't know if I should put the shield in front. I actually still think I should. No. The bike would be in front of the shield, wouldn't it? Okay, I'm just gonna get a thumbnail and we'll call it a day now. Oh wait, that's what I was supposed to do. So with this piece of wood right here, actually see how I clip it right here? I clip it on the sides because see how this is like flipping up over right here? It's hard to get like a good thumbnail and take a picture of it. So what I do is I have this piece of wood right here, and I have these little clippers to kind of like spread to get it all straight. Look at that, I almost drew the same exact shield. It's just muscle memory. I just draw the same stuff over again. Okay, let's see here. There we go. See how it like holds it better? And then we could go over here and actually I need to be more straight up like that to get it more level. I'm like scared to hit the face. I feel like I should make the face just a little bit more prominent. Yes, I can actually do that right now. I'd look at it. I'm just so scared to hit it. It's not as prominent as it should be, huh? Okay, I think this is the thumbnail. push this just a little bit to this. There we go. Holy moly, everybody, we're done. I mean, I kind of want to put some laces right there, but no, I'm not going to do it. Maybe I could put some mail. I just keep thinking about all these little things I should put in, but I don't want to touch it anymore. As we get some close-ups before I really go in. I want some close-ups of the head. There's the cross necklace. There's the little seed of faith right there. There's actually another little cross right there. There's the belt buckle. This hand was hard to do. This part I actually messed up, I think, because she's wearing like this bun ponytail thing. But then she has this halo. I actually probably should have done the halo a little bit more up. Yeah. This little thing, look at this little thing. This little thing is weird. You got a little peace sign right there. And that's the character, everybody. Actually, I did change something with the bike. See how I did these as little markings as the chain? Normally I don't do that. Normally I would do a straight line, but I was like, you know what, I'm going to make a little dots for the chain. And that's basically the drawing, everybody. I don't know what else to say about it. It's not fully in it. What's wrong with this one? Oh my God, I know, you're right. It has almost been 6 hours. Holy Toledo. This is insanity, huh? Insanity, everybody. But it's okay. It's fine. Man, it's too... I guess I could put a BMX thumbnail right over here, and then the Bible study will be right here. Try not to doom scroll too long after this. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I'm just going to, because the thing is, my friends are probably going to hang out some friends and stuff like that, so getting ready for the Super Bowl thing now. I'm going to be honest, I'm not very much of a... actually, you know what? Actually, I forgot something. I'm going to actually add one more thing. I'm going to add a little Easter egg, because this is the only company that's ever hooked me up, so I always forget. I'm sorry, but this is the only company that's ever hooked it up, so I'm going to add a little Easter egg in here. Literally. I don't know why. Sometimes I ask God, I'm like, God, out of all the companies, why has this company has been the only company to help me out, basically? But I'm down with it. They're cool. I grew up with a lot of the being inspired by a lot of them, so I'm cool with it. Now, if you probably don't know what that is, but if you if you're a BMX rider, you definitely know what that is. Take care. Catch you next week, unless I catch you in Wingstream. You know, am I even following Wings? I need to follow that person. I feel so bad because there's so many people I feel like I'm not following. I need to just start following a bunch of people. Maybe I kind of want to maybe light this up a little bit more. There we go. It's pretty good now. Should I put a little pencil in there? I don't know if I should, huh? It's kind of weird. We'll just have it like that. I'm just kind of like, I'm just idling it a little bit just because it makes it easier for me to catch the thumbnail. Yeah, peace out, guys. Thanks for tuning in, anybody that watches these things. This one was definitely, these characters take a lot longer than the graffiti piece. I could probably do 5 graffiti pieces with one of these characters, actually. That's actually the crazy part. Because these characters, I have to think about a lot of the geometry and proportions and stuff like that. So there's a lot more thinking involved. Okay, everybody. Well, peace out, guys, and let us remember, in all circumstances, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. Let us adorn ourselves with the armor of God, and let us seek first the kingdom of God. Peace out, guys. Blessings to you guys, and have a good one. Farewell. I'm out of here. Peace out. Creative Fit. Thanks for tuning in, bro. I'm out of here.